Congregation, along with our dear friend who's sitting there with him, Carl Davis, to go to Ethiopia. He is well knowledgeable, the rich history of that church of Ethiopia, and also to Kenya. So we look forward to hearing your prayer, Pastor. Please join us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner and County Judge and Commissioners. Let us pray. Disturb us, Lord, until we no longer offer excuses of why we can't, instead of saying, yes, we can. Disturb us, Lord, because we've dreamed too little of a world where violence has ended, hatred has been abolished, and all of the isms no longer exist. Disturb us, Lord, because we've fallen too much in love with the wine of the world that we've forgotten thee. Disturb us, Lord, because we have sailed too close to the shore, not believing anything can be done to change our world. Disturb us, Lord, until we learn more about how you work so we can know how to do our work. Disturb us, Lord, so we can put aside our differences and join hand in hand and stop settling for the ways things have always been. Disturb us, Lord, until inspired individuals and concerned coalitions collaborate to care about the least, the lost, and the left behind. Disturb us, Lord, until we cry out for people in poverty all over this county. Disturb us, Lord, until we understand our lives not as problems to be solved, but journeys to be taken with you as our friend and our guide. Disturb us, Lord, so we can rid ourselves of the poverty of imagination. Disturb us, Lord, until we are no longer visually impaired to see what's going on around us. Disturb us, Lord, until we no longer are silent on suffering, have laryngitis on low wages, and ignore issues plaguing seniors and students, parents and the poor, the middle class, and those who are mired in the middle of a mess. Disturb us, Lord, until we clean up our conversations with communities we have neglected, people we have marginalized, businesses we have ignored, to show them grace-infused action in these traumatic times. Disturb us, Lord, until Harris County has no more Amber Alerts on our devices, no more code reds in our schools, no more flags being lowered because of senseless violence, no more communities enraged, and no more bodies found in bayous. Use us on this day and every day to bring your kingdom here on earth as it is in heaven. As you are waiting and ready to jump at the slightest indication on our part to join you to tilt this world in the right direction. Because we believe in what you said. What does the Lord require of us? To do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. We seal this prayer in the name of our suffering Savior and soon to come again King. And there's nothing else left to be said but amen.
Amen.
Thank you. You earned that PhD, Pastor.
Thank you so much, Pastor, for that prayer. Thank you. Okay, so some housekeeping comments. Commissioner Garcia is not attending today, so let's be mindful of that in terms of quorum. We will take an out-of-order executive session item per the request of the parties involved, and that is the appointment of the director of the Managed Assigned Council. So following the lunch break, we'll go directly into executive session, and I'll do my best to remember and remind you all. And then I just want to take a point of personal privilege, and we see some folks there in the red, and today that red and those T-shirts indicate a hard-fought win. So let me just read this very briefly, you all. These are the members of Unite Here Local 23 and leaders as well. Whereas the Hilton America's Houston service workers, represented by Unite Here Local 23, recently stood together in solidarity to advocate for fair wages, improved living conditions, working conditions, and respect on the job. Through courage, unity, and determination, these workers successfully negotiated a new contract that uplifts not only their own livelihoods, but also sets a higher standard for the hospitality industry across our region. Harris County is home to one of the largest and most diverse workforces in the nation, and the dedication of service workers, including hotel housekeepers, food service staff, custodial teams, and frontline hospitality professionals, sustains the very infrastructure that welcomes visitors, powers our local economy, and strengthens our international reputation. And we take these things for granted, but I'm so glad that you all are standing up, not just for your members, but for everybody else in a similar situation, and to show the community that when we talked about essential workers, we meant it and we can't forget it. So thank you for your dedication. This was a long sacrifice on your part, and we really appreciate your putting those broader community interests first. So thank you, and I, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, do hereby recognize and commend Unite Here Local 23 for advocating for working families and affirming Harris County's ongoing commitment to ensuring that every resident has the opportunity to thrive and live with dignity and fairness. Good work, you guys, and thank you. And I believe we have some speakers, so we'll hear from the speakers and then we'll just take a brief picture.
Yeah. We're going to do the pledges too? We forgot the pledge.
Oh, I was going to do it after this. Is that okay?
All right.
Yeah.
So, Judge, I just wanted to congratulate them as well. I know we passed a resolution here at the court in support of what they were doing, and I think a good number of us here on Commissioners Court went over and marched with you. I know it was a sacrifice. I want to commend your union in particular, because obviously they had to come up with some resources to help you all sustain your families while this was going on, including the union leader who's coming up to speak right now. But I just want to congratulate you as well.
Yes. And I pushed the button as well. Thank you, Judge, for bringing this. We were so happy to have the resolution, and many of us were so proud to be standing out there with you. Congratulations. I'm so happy justice was served. One job should be enough. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for making history for Texas. And I know what you did is going to help inspire many other workers throughout our state. So congratulations. Thank you for your example of courage. And I'm so happy it worked out. And sí se pudo.
First off, thank you all for your support. We saw many of y'all on the picket line. It meant a lot to the workers. Just in case people don't know, but workers just wrapped up a 40-day strike at the Hilton Americas. It's the first hotel strike in Texas history as far as we know. So these workers behind me made history. And like you all mentioned, it wasn't just about fighting at the Hilton Americas. We're looking to set a new standard in the city of Houston and Harris County, and we definitely were inspired by the living wage fight that you all took on at the county, and so this time around, we definitely feel that the workers deserve much more than what we won, right? And but we know that this is a stepping stone for the future, and we hope it inspires workers across the city to come together and do the same thing and know that we have their back
Thank you,
as
ma'am.
well.
Your time is up.
Will you state your name and affiliation for the record?
My name is Francesca Caraballo. I'm the Texas chapter president of Unite Here Local 23.
Thank you. And 40 days is a long time.
Yep.
So how did you guys manage to keep that commitment from everybody? It's very impressive, and I think it speaks to the strength of your organizing.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy. It was hot, long days out there on the picket line. But I mean, the courage and the drive of the workers to fight for what they deserve, right? That's what kept them out there. This is originally a 9-day strike. Mm-hmm. That was our plan, 9 days, and then maybe we would win. We would go back in and keep fighting. But just the determination to keep going was inspiring for us. And I think the workers, they just know that it's time. People are fed up. People are in crisis. Working families are in crisis, and they can't afford to wait anymore. So they were willing to do whatever it took. So that's how we ended up, going until we got to where we wanted to.
Just for the record and the media, can you share a little bit about where you landed and how you feel about that, and if there's anything else you would like to have seen?
Yeah, if anyone wants to jump into, so workers, our hourly workers, like you mentioned, like the housekeepers, dishwashers, cooks. I mean, minimum, the wage that folks were at before the strike was $16.50. We were negotiating since June with the company, and they only offered 50 cents. So. After 40 days, workers will now be making 20 starting in January. We're going to end the contract in 2028 with 22 as the minimum, right, for the hourly workers. Our healthcare costs are going to remain the same. It's not going to go up. 401k, things like that, right, that we wouldn't have won. Workers, are very confident we would not have won if we didn't go on strike. Or we would be at the bargaining table for much, much longer. But yeah, so that's where we're at. So it's a historic contract. It's going to be the highest paid, housekeepers and dishwashers in the city. And we're hoping that opens the doors for more hospitality.
Yeah, and if you look at the cost of living in Harris County, it's actually quite high. And I know there have been reports on this recently. There's always an update on that, but it says here, $20 per hour wages equal to $41,600 per year, assuming a standard full-time work schedule. So that in and of itself is quite tight, especially if you have a family. And to think that you guys were so far beneath that, and there are so many people that still are. So I'm really glad that you guys were able to find and secure that win. Any other speakers?
Anybody want to share? I guess we're good. Yeah.
All right.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you all so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero and team.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a quick picture, you all.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So cost of living, annual cost of living for a family of four is $95,856. For a single person is $45,768. So it's still not quite there. So I think it's a big win to at least to get to where we are, but we have a ways to go. Thank you. Okay, oh, the pledge, thank you. Did it work? Oh, it worked. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, it's fine. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so colleagues point out we've not recited the pledge, so let's do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, thank you so much. So now we will go to public comment, all agenda and non-agenda speakers. I will hand it off to Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany, and good morning.
Good morning. First is Barbara Denson, speaking on item 351. Mayor Eliza Dutt, speaking on item 351. And Jessica Cohen, speaking on item 400. You each have 1 minute.
Barbara Denson. I stand with Commissioner Tom Ramsey in opposing Harris County's decision to spend over $1 million, taxpayer dollars, on legal defense for individuals who are in this country illegally. That money, our money, should be going to support law enforcement, maintain our roads and bridges, and handle our water issues, not to shield those who have broken our immigration laws. This isn't about lacking compassion. It's about priorities. When families are struggling with rising property taxes and our communities face real challenges, we must ask, are we putting Texans first? Commissioner Ramsey is right to demand accountability. We need leaders who will stand firm for the rule of law, fiscal responsibility, and the values that make Texas strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Commissioners, I'm Eliza Dutt, and I'm here today because our court is considering sending $1.3 million of your hard-earned money to radical activist groups to help illegal immigrants fight deportation. Crime is up, our deputies are stretched thin, and families are being crushed by everyday living expenses. This is what is wrong with Harris County under Democrat leadership. They put illegal immigrants first and taxpayers last. They're more focused on defending people who broke our laws than protecting the people who follow them. It is time to end this madness. Vote no on agenda item 351 and start putting Harris County back on the side of law, order, and common sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good morning. Jessica Cohen. I work for Harris County Precinct 4. I'm the operations manager. I wanted to speak about the Employee to Empower program that we use here at the county for all precincts. And I wanted to introduce two of our valued partners on agenda item 400. It's the renewal of the agreement. The two partners are Harris County Sheriff's Office and the Career and Recovery Organization. Just want to say a few words about the initiative. It's more than just employment. It's about restoring purpose. We use these individuals who have been previously unhoused for all manner of things throughout the precinct, for park maintenance, for painting, and it's giving them a valuable skill set and a sense of purpose. Hands-on training in lawn care. They gain a real-world skill that not only supports their growth, but also directly enhances the beauty of our parks. We deeply value their contributions at Precinct 4.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you for the good work.
Next is Theodore Perez on item 400. Nkechi Agwinu on item 400. Deputy Julian Kalunga on item 400. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'll be the only one speaking. The Employee to Empower program. The purpose of this program has been through the collaborative efforts of the Harris County Sheriff's Office, all for the commissioners, because each of you support this program in the funding. We provide able-bodied and sound-minded individuals who are living unhoused in Harris County, providing them an opportunity to overcome their homelessness through a comprehensive life changes featuring an employment first, okay? Low barrier entry to the program. It's paid employment, which includes guidance to various resources, which are ID restoration, birth certificate restoration, social security card restoration, therefore providing a viable path to a more healthy, self-reliant, and economically stable future. Okay, the mission has been through the combined participating organizations' skill sets.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir, if you want to
Okay,
finish.
absolutely. We're able to monetarily compensate them $15 an hour, where they build real work experience and develop life skills such as which will yield self-governance, better decision-making practices, participate, engage with housing, banking, medical, counseling, and tool training services, which provides for a better economic outcome, allowing them to navigate, build, and work towards obtainable goals. And these are unhoused people that are currently living on the streets of Harris County, and we've been servicing each of your precincts. And but this program started in 2021 in a 6-month pilot program. Y'all were kind and generous enough to these individuals to fund it, and we're currently going into our 4th year. So we've helped quite a few people. We're currently serving 42. That's our maximum. They're provided with, we have 4 deputies, 2 case managers, it goes to speak to the liaisons that are chosen by each precinct in the Parks Division, and Maintenance Divisions. We have liaisons that we communicate daily, and we are able to provide real work tasks. Let me go ahead and read what I have. Initially, there was skepticism in the program. It's almost like arriving with the bad news bears. But through these deputies, Deputy Medina, Kalunga, Deputy Hernandez, and Deputy Molina made it possible through their DIY skills, their compassion, empathy, and treatment with dignity to these individuals. And we're able to play a vital role. And each liaison works with the deputy. Career and Recovery provides peer support leaders and they were able to provide, each precinct is able to provide a worksite project doing painting, graffiti, landscape, power washing, and they attend job fairs. So we've been successful in many ways. And I just want to finish with this. The very first group 4 years ago, we were able to get one of our participants who had never been handled, had no criminal history, but yet was living unhoused. He's currently a Precinct 1 Parks caretaker. And we commend all the work y'all are doing, the funding y'all have provided. And thank you for having me. I believe we're going to have a speaker from Career and Recovery.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good work.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
It is Theodore Perez, Sergeant Theodore Perez.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nkechi Agwenu. I'm the CEO of Career and Recovery Resources. Thank you all for supporting this project for the past 4 years. It has provided 470 unsheltered individuals access to income and opportunity to self-stabilize. I'll quickly share one story about an individual that has been successful. There are many, but I'll share one. Just for the record, this project has saved the county over $200,000 in services. We, through partnership with the deputies, were able to recruit individuals who are unsheltered from encampments, and we put them to work immediately. They work 32 hours a week, and we pay them $15 an hour. Once a week, they're able to receive soft skills training, tools training, ID restoration services, and housing placement services. We also provide employment services like resume writing and helping them to...
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Go ahead. I let the other gentleman finish.
We are able to, one of these individuals we've hired as an employee of Korean Recovery Resources, actually several of them, and he currently works as a worksite supervisor, supervising other individuals who are also going through unsheltered, who are recently unsheltered and also learning the skills that they have gained. This project has helped us to put so many people through housing, give them income, and then give them the income that they need to self-shelter, which helps with the unsheltered issues that we're all experiencing right now.
Thank you. What do you think in terms of doing something similar, but for young men that are, at risk of ending up homeless or in the criminal justice system? That's one of the projects that we were working on, is sort of credible messenger, try to mentor these folks before they end up homeless or in the justice system.
That's a wonderful idea. I believe that people need income. If you are able to give them access to earn income, pay their own way through things, and then provide the resources they need, they're more receptive, and then you do give them a leg up in just being stabilized. Imagine not knowing how you will feed, how you will drink water, where you will sleep at night, and someone's telling you, get yourself together when you don't have the money to do that. So services like this and initiatives like that would definitely support young people in seeing that there are other paths to self-stabilization.
Thank you. And maybe we'll circle with you guys because we had a very successful program that was cut in this budget and had people, pleading for it to continue, both folks who'd been served by it and folks who were supporting. And so as I hear you guys celebrating this one, it just breaks my heart to know that that there was a desire to kill the other one. So we'll circle with you guys.
Thank you. And just real quick, there are other county departments that are interested in supporting this program. So if we're able to do that, there might be other opportunities for funding separate from this.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And I think some of our funding priorities should be on keeping people out of jail, keeping people off the streets, making sure people can get jobs. So I'll continue to advocate for us to continue those programs. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
No, thank you.
I used to serve on the board
I know.
of Career and Recovery.
Yeah.
And one quick story, Judge, to make your point. When you go out and get donations from a large group of people in the community, that's a really successful model. And the former CEO, Vern Swisher, he's almost like a brother.
Yeah.
This is what Vern would do on any given day. He would go down to the bus depot as the bus arrived with folks just getting out of prison, and he would meet them there, and he would engage with them before they went back maybe to their old way of life. He showed them a new way of life. So what y'all do there matters.
Thank you.
What y'all do there with the donations from the community. And when the community gets to participate in the funding, they get some ownership. They get some involvement. So y'all are doing an extraordinary job. Thank you for coming down
Thank
today.
you, sir.
And I agree community should participate in the funding, which is why I believe major investments should go to the ballot. But I'm glad that we voted on this in 2021, just as we did in Solar for All and the apprenticeship programs before some of our colleagues took office. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So quick question. Now, I think you had a grant, was it 1.5 million?
Yes.
And initially it was ARPA money, and I think we moved to the general fund, or do you know? Okay. And so when is it slated to end? I thought this one was continuing.
It's renewing this. It's up for renewal today.
Okay.
Today.
So it's on the agenda.
Correct.
Okay, so you just in support of it being renewed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Because there's been a debate about not renewing existing programs. And so obviously, all the programs had to do with kids are the ones not being renewed. It's kind of baffling.
But this was a lucky one.
This was the lucky one, yeah. And then suddenly we like public investment. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, so next speaker.
Next is Deputy Julian Kalunga on item 400, Christopher Rivera on items 425 and 426, Katie Miersda on item 425, Jacob Clementich on item 436. You each have 1 minute.
Hi guys, this is too bad Adrian Garcia isn't here because this is a talk about his his his
4 months, we have all been asking for a sustained ceasefire. Gaza's population
think of village people. Disco in the Navy. Doesn't this hat look like captain and shit? Like I'm a captain. Captain and Tennille.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your time
Thank
is
you.
up.
Yeah.
You should hear the rest of it goes in the Navy because hey, we're having Fleet Week and
Your
Fleet
time
Week
is
is
up.
very important because
Thank you.
they're
Thank you.
250.
Yeah, Captain of the GOP 3. Yes.
We got it. We're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A nice T-shirt.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Dock your hat, Jackie.
Thanks. Just wait until the next commissioners meeting. I'm gonna tell an Aggie joke.
Okay, thank you.
How's Mattress Mac? Are you guys still best friends?
No.
Not anymore.
We had a disturbance and well, I called him a little MF and
Oh no.
all that and well, I wrote an apology letter to him.
Yeah.
Whether or not what he's doing about it, I don't know.
You know what? If we shouldn't have discussions with you outside the microphone. Do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Hey everybody, my name is Christopher Rivera. I work with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I'm here to speak against item 425. First, we shouldn't spend our resources on building a new jail. A new jail isn't going to stop the medical neglect, the abuse, and the deaths happening. The Sheriff's Office is not a mental health department and has no qualifications to tend to the mental health needs that the majority of the jail's population require. Second, CGL Management Group has a vested interest in building more jails and a history of corrupt practices in order to gain these lucrative jail contracts. In 2018, a Mississippi Attorney General alleged CJL's involvement in racketeering. The allegations were in connection with a massive bribery scandal involving a state corrections official. CGL cannot be trusted to be objective when it comes to any of these surveys that they're about to conduct. So let's move away from building jails and put our resources into building a public mental health facility, investing in the continuity of care to ensure people are properly treated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And unfortunately, we have cut the programs that support those issues. Certainly, even if the funding remained the same because of inflation, the programs were cut. So anyway, I hope that you continue to advocate for this because some of us run on mental health and then we cut it when we get on here.
Right.
So please keep that up, especially during election season.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Katie Mirza with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. There's one thing I've heard from almost everyone. We're detaining people in the jail who don't need to be there. When there's so much consensus on something, the choice should be obvious. Harris County must use every tool advocates have recommended to decrease the jail population, including a strong continuity of care, and use its influence to encourage other stakeholders to do the same. No one here knows exactly how many people we'd be left with in the jail if we made that effort in good faith. Yet items 425 and 426 reinforce a dangerous idea that we are going to be able to do two things at once: decrease the jail population and do harm mitigation for those still in the jail. When you only have a hammer, everything seems like a nail. Companies like CGL, which violated Iowa rules by failing to disclose a bribery lawsuit, may adopt decrushable language for their business interests, but are really still only holding a hammer. If we approve a jail feasibility study today, we know what we are going to get down the line: a recommendation for a jail. Many here have said jail is a last resort. If that were true, then it would only be considered last. Thank you.
Next is Barbary Brashear on items 454 and 550. Estella Olguin on item 487. Zachary Birdwell on item 487. Linda Morales on item 543. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. We're matching.
Good morning. Yay. I have 1 minute, so I'm going to try to be quick because there's two things that I want to say. We are recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, but I hope that we can say every month is Awareness Month. Our community is in a dire situation in regards to federal funding cuts that are affecting all of our domestic violence organizations and their ability to provide services, which means families are more unsafe than ever. To this end, HCDVCC is doubling down and committing itself to working smarter and harder to try to bridge gaps. Thank you, Commissioner Briones, for sponsoring a critical training to our community that was held last week for first responders around strangulation. Strangulation is one of the highest indicators of domestic violence homicides, and we're really trying to reduce the homicide rate in Harris County. We were able to bring in,
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
can I just say this one little?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. We were able to bring in an expert consultant on strangulation, as well as Jim Schmidt, who is the father of Gabby Petito, who is now part of the Gabby Petito Foundation, to provide this critical training to law enforcement, as well as the district attorney's offices and prosecutors. This is phase one. We hope to launch phase two in the spring, early spring of next year, and bring in other first responders like EMS, fire, and the healthcare providers. If we can detect strangulation, we can help prevent deaths. If we do our job and we do it well, we increase safety for families. So, thank you.
Thank you. What's the amount of the federal grants that you guys think you will not be receiving?
So HUD is one of the biggest. Our community stands to lose 70% of HUD funding,
Which is,
roughly $40 million lost,
oh my gosh.
which is going to be devastating across the board to
Yeah.
families.
Yeah.
It's not a done deal,
Right.
but that's what Politico released last week,
Yeah.
a story.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. And I will continue to fight for, if we're going to put ourselves at a hiring freeze and a deficit, we should use that money for flood control projects stalled for domestic violence. Can't just give it all to the folks that endorse in elections. And I'm so sorry we haven't set money aside to help you with that.
Thank you, Judge. And you have. I think what we can be really proud of is this county has done some things that aren't happening across the nation.
Right. No, we launched some programs with ARPA as well. And
Yes.
then, right.
But
So-
also continuing the Domestic Violence Assistance Fund, that's
Right.
no longer ARPA. That's unheard of in other states.
Yes, of course. I know.
So
and
knowing that is still not enough, right? It's still not enough.
No, and I'm glad that we were able to continue another ARPA program because some say we should not continue ARPA programs, especially if they've not been evaluated multiple times. So I'm glad we were able to continue that. I do think, if we had gone through a reasonable budget cycle, we would have been able to provide more and consider more. But I am proud of the work that we did 4 years ago to allocate funding to you guys, again, before some of us were on court. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Ma'am.
Director Brashear.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
Sorry. Barbie Brashear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Estella Olguin, and for nearly 50 years, Harris County Resources for Children and Adults has shared an annual report that tells the story of our work, not just through numbers and programs, but through the people and the partnerships that make it possible. The report gives a snapshot of the essential services we provide to children, families, and vulnerable adults, and it reflects both the impact that we've made and the growing need that we continue to see in our community. Each year, we choose a theme that captures our mission, and this year's theme is Generations of Hope, which truly reflects the support we offer across the lifespan, from infancy through our golden years, and especially of times of challenge and change. Now, Harris County has 19 programs, services for vulnerable adults through the guardianship program, and services for senior victims of abuse
Thank you,
and
ma'am. Your
neglect.
time is up.
Are you almost done?
Yes, but the report also celebrates our progress, and one of our accomplishments that stands above the rest is the completion of the Hayes Center campus. We just celebrated our grand opening of this one-of-a-kind space for youth ages 14 to 25 who are transitioning out of foster care. And it represents more than a building, but a promise that no young person aging out of foster care should have to face adulthood alone. And it shows what's really possible when our county, our partners, and our community come together with a shared vision and a hope and an opportunity. So next you'll hear from one of our young adults, Zachary Birdwell, who's part of that vision and someone who can speak far better than I can about what the Hayes Center truly means in the lives of young people it serves. But before I close, I just want to sincerely thank Commissioners Court and our partners in our community for your continued support, because we really, truly can't do this alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin.
Beautiful work that you guys have done. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
I remember breaking ground years ago with then Mayor Turner and some of us over there the day of the ribbon cutting. And as they say, core memories. I will never forget this
hot day.
incredible work.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
A long way.
Thank you
for
so
your
much.
support.
Yeah. And see how Zachary is doing a few months on from the ribbon cutting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Zachary Birdwell, and today I'm here to speak about the Hayes Center and the profound way it has impacted my life and continues to impact the lives of countless current and former foster youth. My upbringing was difficult, and my time within the CPS system was only marginally better. However, when I turned 16, I attended my first preparation for adult living's PALS class. It was there that I learned about the Hayes Center and its singular goal, helping foster youth become the best versions of themselves after foster care and while they're in foster care. Almost 50% of former foster youth experience homelessness by the age of 26. 70% of young girls become pregnant, many finding themselves single mothers with no safety net. And 25% of foster youth have been arrested at least once by the time they were 18, and I am one of those kids. The Hayes Center's goal is so much deeper than just giving these kids a chance to succeed. It's about giving people like me the fundamental skills they need to navigate.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Go ahead, Zachary. You can finish up.
Yes, ma'am. This means comprehensive training in areas like budgeting, applying for college, and understanding the complexities of rent and bills, as well as being a single parent if you find yourself in that situation. I am especially thrilled to share that the Hayes Center has recently completed construction on its newest building. This facility offers more support now than it ever did when I was in care. Youth now have the incredible opportunity to live at the Hayes Center in high-quality apartments that are truly beautiful and honestly make me a little jealous. This means that for a young adult turning 18, homelessness is no longer inevitable and is something that can be fought. I've had a chance to watch the Hayes Center grow from 3 different locations to this impressive new reality. With the dedicated funding and support it has received, I can only see things continuing to go up for former foster youth and current foster youth. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the Commissioners Court for your continued and future support of the Hayes Center.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Birdwell.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, Linda Morales. I'm here to speak on item number 543, contractor safety policy. I want to thank Commissioner Ellis and his staff for helping us on this. Currently, as you know, we have a contractor safety policy record that screens bidders to ensure that we only hire contractors with a strong record of protecting workers. But there's a gap. The current policy does not address real-time safety issues that arise during active county construction projects. Relying solely on federal OSHA inspectors isn't enough. And so we're suggesting a worksite safety policy to complement the existing contractor safety policy. Now, what really makes the difference is enforcement. You can have the best safety policy in the world, but if there's no one's checking to make sure that it's followed, it doesn't mean much. Attestations, absolutely. Audits and compliance and monitoring.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Please go ahead.
Absolutely. But the people who know best if a site is truly safe are the workers themselves. They're the ones that are there before and after the inspections, come and go and see what really happens. That's why anti-retaliation protections are essential. If workers are afraid to speak up, safety problems stay hidden. But if they're protected from retaliation, they can report hazards and help fix them before someone gets hurt. This proposal that my colleagues will elaborate on as well ensures that Harris County projects are safe, accountable, and fair, protecting both workers and taxpayers. Thank you all.
Thank you. And just a quick question. Do you feel satisfied with what's being presented today?
What topic are you talking about? The contractor safety?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I haven't seen the full language on the existing contractor safety language. We worked on it. We want to make it stronger. And we'll be reaching out to all the offices as well on that. But we want something to complement it. And that's what we're proposing today.
Okay. I'll have somebody visit with you ahead of the item coming up just to make.
I appreciate that.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Oh, Commissioner Ellis.
Linda, I want to thank you and all your colleagues for the work that you did on this, and my staff and all of our staffs who worked on this.
Yes.
I know Commissioner Briones, my staff is working with yours closely, Judge Hidalgo, work with your staff, Commissioner Ramsey, and also Commissioner Garcia. Some things we agree on, some things we don't. And I wanted to put this item on the agenda ahead of it coming up because after we voted on it and it passed Commissioner's Court, then we just left it to the administrator's office to figure it out. I don't know if you're the one, but how do you know how many meetings you all have had?
If you're talking
Since we
about
passed
the
it.
work group,
Work group.
only one meeting.
So what I want to suggest is that between now and when it comes back, which is the real reason I put it on the court, we want to make this something that's reasonable. I think we can look at Travis County as a model and Austin as a model. I think they really led on this, and that was the intent when we had a staff working group on it. So when we come back in a couple of weeks and vote, we can have it all wrapped up. Everybody has said everything they want to say. But that's why I wanted to put it on so it doesn't get delayed more with other issues coming up. So obviously, under our rules, we can only talk to one of our colleagues. And at my age, I might forget which one I spoke to. So I'm always careful.
I have that problem too.
But I think on this one, I chose Commissioner Briones. So staffs could talk, but I just, I was just trying to figure out where I thought the votes would be. And so we passed something. But, and since we were restrained by that, we can convene our staffs if we have to. Maybe that's the way to do it. Have our staffs with you all, Jesse and them. I know there's a series of them here. I was hearing feedback. I'd see them over on that picket line. Judge, they were out there 40 days and nights. And I couldn't take the heat, but I rode by there a couple of times at night just to kind of check on them. But you all would tell me things. But I just want to make just a seamless process and not tie us up today.
So, yes, Commissioner Briones and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Commissioner Ellis, thank you for your partnership and your incredible teams. Thank you, Ms. Morales, Mr. Puente, all of the team. I share your concern that it's taken so long and there hasn't been the deep engagement that we asked for. It was January 2025, unanimous vote. We asked DEO to convene labor partners, contractors, and key departments. And so we want this done right. We want this to be stronger and better. And to your point, I feel very strongly, as I know Commissioner Ellis does, not only the worker safety policy 2.0, but the worksite safety policy. And so this is a key pillar, and I couldn't agree more. So I hope that we're able to make marked progress today and then before the October 30th meeting. So thank you so much.
We're ready. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Comment I'd have, thank you for your work on this. It is important. Having been on 1,000 different construction sites, what goes on out there is more than what's on a piece of paper.
Correct.
And if I hear you, we need to have people representing the county on site during construction. And I'll have more to say about that later, but as we get into this, it's more than a paper exercise. It's more than a contractor filling out a piece of paper. It's more than a county person reviewing that piece of paper. What happens on that construction site needs to be monitored. There needs to be people out there and not just another bureaucratic paper exercise. So the input that we'll be vetting and going through, I think in terms of the details, we'll get, I think, more into it. But appreciate your efforts on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
So I just want to understand you guys, because we have been talking about this for a while, and and I know you have been pushing for it to get done, and I don't know what has, and we've talked about for a while the fact that we need folks out there who are paid, who are monitoring that things are actually being done the way that they're supposed to. So I just want to understand, so there is a policy that we passed a while ago, but it's not sufficient. Is that right?
Well, the policy right now needs some tweaking.
Right.
Okay. What we want, to my understanding, and maybe Paul can add to this, there's really no on-the-job site monitoring.
Right.
And I understand, it has to do with money, and I understand that. And that's why we're proposing in the policy a way to empower the worker so that the worker will be okay saying that if something is happening on the job site without fear of retaliation.
Right, rather than having an outside monitor.
Not outside, work for the county monitor.
Right, I mean, not working on the job site.
Here's what I got.
Yeah,
What
okay.
I think happened. So
Okay.
we passed it, and then we left it to DEEO, and we've had some transition now in the office. So I think we can get there. If DEEO, and just get someone from each of our offices before it comes back, which is why I put it on here. So what I'm getting from my notes is that without real checks, safety rules, stay on paper and don't reach the workers most at risk, annual attestations, that's what the number is, annual attestation backed up by random audits create accountability. Contractors know they can't just sign a form and walk away, which happens in some places. So just as important, you got to have anti-retaliation protections to give workers the confidence to speak up about unsafe conditions. So I think we can do a little cutting and pasting, either with Travis and Austin. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We know we're not in New York or California, I get that, but at least we can look up the road to Travis.
I think we can do better than Travis.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. So I'm just saying they ought to get together because we're not going to have a vote on it today. I just brought it up because I
The
didn't
only
want
other
to have this
major
come up
comment,
to-
Commissioner, I'll make as we get into it, we need the county engineer's office involved in this.
Yeah.
We need the county engineer not removing inspectors from job sites. We need them putting inspectors. So there's a lot more to this than just a piece of paper.
And whatever it costs, we ought to pay for it. I mean, there's nothing more important than a good workforce. So if we got to go
that
into the
motion?
rainy day fund, we got to do it, particularly with all the construction stuff that's coming online.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Morales.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is Chidi Umez Rowley on item 543, Paul Puente, Scott Macabon, Juan Rubio, and Kara Levy Kennard on item 543 as well. You each have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Chidi Umez Rowley, Director of the Better Builder Program at Workers Defense Project. We support the proposed revisions to the county contractor safety policy and the commitment to enhancing safety measures on Harris County construction projects, but do believe the policy falls short in outlining a more proactive accountability process for worker safety. More than 20 years of experience advocating for worker protections in the construction industry has shown us that these commitments can be meaningless unless there are robust accountability mechanisms such as routine on-site monitoring. to ensure these commitments are actually met through direct conversations that help reduce risk to workers and liability to employers in a collaborative manner. We request that the court adopt worker-centered standards like the protections from retaliation outlined in the worksite safety policy recommended by labor partners, so that construction workers in Harris County can confidently assert their
Thank you. Your
rights
time is up.
to report unsafe conditions without fear of losing their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Juan Rubio. I'm an organizer at Workers Defense Project, and I'm here today also regarding the county's contractor safety record policy. We appreciate the court's commitment to improving safety for the county's construction workers, and we welcome several of the changes currently under consideration. We're grateful to the work being done by the offices of Commissioners Briones and Ellis and their collaboration with us over the last few months. But the reality in Texas construction is that fragmented oversight, weak regulation, and gaps in enforcement leave many workers without recourse when their health and safety are put at direct risk. In Texas, a construction worker dies every 3 days, and thousands more are injured every year. For this reason, we, along with our partners in labor, are urging the court to adopt a worker-centered, compliance-driven worksite safety policy as recommended by the county's labor leaders. Through our Better Builder program in Travis County, Workers Defense has long supported safety monitoring, which is proactive rather than reactive, and accountability that is worker-oriented rather than business-oriented.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You about finished? I got a question or two, but you want to wrap up?
Yeah, real quick. Our decades of experience show that no one understands conditions on a work site better than workers themselves. We have a number of members of our organization who have been victims of wage theft, unsafe working conditions, and hazardous heat in the summer that has left them with long-term impacts on their health.
Were you in that meeting?
The DEO?
Yeah, with DEO.
Yeah, back in February, I was there.
So between now and when we meet again, Jesse, you DEO, Tico, you ought to meet with them a number of times so maybe you can sort this out and have someone from our offices in there as well. But I'd say you ought to do a couple of meetings so we want a thoughtful
agree.
policy. I just don't know we can hash it out at the table. And for my colleagues, I was just guessing, knowing I could only talk to one. I just grabbed one and hoped the others would come along. And it says a lot about us that we could at least agree to pass this in unison. So this is putting it on the agenda early. I know, Paul, I talked to you personally. I know my staff's talked to you, but I've talked to you personally when you come up. Y'all could come up together, by the way, if you're all on this issue, Judge. That might expedite it. But is this a process that makes sense to you all to figure out how to come back in a couple of weeks? I think I know where you want to get. I think you can get there. And I just think with us, with transition going on, not pointing fingers at anybody, but I think we can get there. I think you get the sense of the court.
Yes.
So I have a document that has track changes that says here it's a document by the working group. So there is a working group that is working on a document, right? Yeah.
I mean, we can get into this now. I mean, it's on the agenda also. I
Since
the
they're
court wants.
here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I think I really appreciate this is coming on and we can get some direction because I think there is some confusion about this, workplace safety review policy that's there and some of what Ms. Morales has put on the table of like a work site safety policy and whether court wants us to merge those into the current draft or whether we tweak the workplace safety draft that the work group has worked on, right? And court sends us to work on a separate work site safety policy or whether we're doing
So my
it all
preference
together.
would be to roll it all in one, once we passed it.
What's
So
the
the work-
difference? So, Commissioner, do you mind if I finish? Yeah. So what's the difference here?
Sure. I mean, I think to what Commissioner Ramsey was saying, what was currently being worked on was more like a desktop review of safety violations for contractors, right? The DEO would go through to make sure that if there are violators of workplace safety, that they didn't get county business for some period of time. That was the original policy that was here in January and was being worked on. I think what some of the labor leaders have asked for is a more proactive work site safety policy that involved in-person monitoring and a significantly more engaged process.
Yeah, and that should be one. And I mean, I've known about this ask for years, so I know we're all busy working on a lot of things, but I don't think it's a new one for what it's worth, and you just came on and whatnot.
Sure.
So I just want to, just make clear that it really didn't come out of nowhere. They've been advocating for this for a while. So then the other thing I see here is and I'm reading the policy by the work group, which it sounds like is just the first piece you mentioned. But there's an exception for certain kinds of contracts. And it lists several kinds of contracts. And so I just want to make sure all the following types of contracts are exempt from this policy: interlocal government agreements, cooperative purchasing agreements, sole source, emergency, goods and services, ancillary to purchases of goods, contracts for the sale of county properties of goods, contracts paid for using funds where a condition of the funds is that this policy is prohibited, contracts under discretionary exemptions found in Texas Local Government Code 262.024, services procured under Texas Government Code Section 2254, professional and consulting services, contracts expressly waived by Harris County Commissioners Court if determined to be necessary. So I just want to make sure that those contracts that fall outside the purchasing agent, where we're learning the policies passed a year ago, have not yet been implementing. So those are engineering and flood control, that's not this. In other words, that we're not, and I don't know that to be the case, but I just don't want any special treatment for certain and less rigorous processes for certain contracts that already follow a problematic process.
Okay, Judge, we can take that. Again, I don't think we're asking to pass anything today, but we'll certainly take a look and talk to your staff.
Okay,
make
and I'll
sure
have
that-
the stuff, and then you guys can make clear, maybe give some examples on here, because y'all, we can say, and then we pass all the exemptions, and what's the point there? So, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubio.
Commissioner Ellis, I think you had something else?
Paul, who's next? I'll wait until, come on.
And while he does that, so you mentioned the emergency fund, and that's a concern for me. I don't know where we would pay for this from. Part of the reason why I did not believe we needed to go into a deficit and we should have gone to the voters, because look at this from the city of Houston. It says they're facing structural budget issues because they've been drawing down its reserve funds, so they've gotten a negative outlook on their credit ratings. They are now trying to figure out where they're going to get more money from. So eventually, we're going to have to raise taxes again. They're relying on short-term fixes. This would be a short-term fix. The city faces pressure to find a long-term solution. Of course, we copied what the city did, unclear why, knowing it was a bad idea. So I don't know. For one, we did not contribute what we should have to the emergency fund. We're being told it's where it needs to be, but it's not. That's assuming that FEMA sends us money that they haven't sent. And so if we're saying we're going to pay for this out of the emergency fund, I just to share with you guys, to me, that would be irresponsible on other levels. It's not sustainable. It's not an annual source of funding. So I just want to be direct with you guys about where I'm going to be. And I fought almost by my damn self, I had a colleague here, but not too many people out there, to make sure we had money, because eventually even the apprenticeship program is not going to have money, because some of us have put the county on a path to financial disaster. We are following the path that the city has. Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Scott McAbon. I'm coming to you from the South Texas Project Nuclear Operating Company, down about 2 hours south of here. We operate 2 plants that power the equivalent, or can power the equivalent of 2 million homes there. And so I appreciate your emphasis on this, and your previous speakers talking about the enforcement and the monitoring and doing that. So I just want to paint a picture of what we've created down South Texas with our contractor. Our contractor is Dan Zimmerman. I'm operating representing the owner, and Paul Puente, the Gulf Coast Building Trades. But basically we have a three-way partnership, and safety is important to all of us. We know that each one of us has to be successful. And so it starts with the union workers coming down with already trained and having the skills and knowing the safety policies and practices. Us as the owner laying out the policies and holding people accountable, and also holding our
You can
contractor
continue.
accountable. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you. Yes,
Look,
Commissioner
look,
Ellis.
quick question
yes,
and
sir.
a compliment. I want to thank you for coming.
Yes.
And I want to stress that you are representing the owner of a nuclear power plant in South Texas. It says a lot about you. I went to Indianapolis to look at a plant for Eli Lilly. They're going to open up one here in Harris County, probably the biggest private sector one we've had in some time. Hopefully we'll get more coming. But they feel very strongly about that too. And that position is either they pay now
Right.
or they pay later.
That's right.
So just from your perspective, why is worker safety important for you as a
Yes.
person representing the owner of a power plant?
Number one, we care about the people. I mean, it sucks to work with an injury and you might not be able to work or you're coming to work with a limp. You know, that's bad, let alone a death. So we don't want any of that. But there's also financial cost. There's lost time on the job. All these things impact. There's risk to the station. Accidents can cause, enterprise risk to the operation of the facility. And there's public trust. We have a fascinating technology that requires public trust for us to continue it. And that trust is eroded if our workers are getting hurt. So all the
Even
way
if it
around.
costs you a little more money, you prefer to do that on the front
Definitely
end?
up front, yes. We provide the training and set the standard. You come out ahead,
Okay.
period.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
Paul, the one I've been waiting for.
So good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Paul Puente. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Houston Gulf Coast Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here on behalf of thousands of skilled workers in the local construction workforce. They take pride in building and maintaining the critical infrastructure that keeps our county and region moving. Our partnership with owners and contractors, we have called a tripartite approach. This is not just a concept, it's a proven system. Through the Gulf Coast Built Right Partnership, we've worked millions of man hours at this complex, just like at the South Texas Nuclear Power Plant, without any single lost time accidents or mistakes. That kind of record doesn't happen by chance. It is a result of training, leadership, and a shared safety culture. The Harris County Contractor Safety Policy reflects that same commitment.
You can continue.
It protects workers, saves taxpayer dollars, and it ensures every project meets the highest standard of safety and quality. Just as important in building and in compliance and accountability, make sure that safety rules are followed. And it includes anti-retaliation protection, so workers can raise safety concerns without fear. I urge the court to continue to support and fund these policies because when labor, contractors, and Harris County work together, everyone wins: the workers, the community, and the county.
So, Judge,
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner
a brief
Ramsey.
comment, and then I'll give you 3 questions.
Okay.
Too many don't
Sure.
answer them. One, I favor the Cadillac version, and I don't think it's going to cost that much money. Or at least we want to look at it. Just from my experience on passing about 700 bills, most of them I didn't try to write on the Senate floor. There's some I did, and those are the ones that end up being rewritten at some point. So I'm suggesting a process instead of us trying to do it. And on my part, I was just guessing. And if I can only grab one colleague, I grab one in hope that we'll get to 3. We got to 5. That was pretty good. So we ought to see what it costs. I just think a more prudent way to do it is we pass the overall policy issue. Then we tell administration that we're paying good money for. You meet with them, not just one time. You figure it out. There are always things that come up beyond what we discuss at the table. So at least since I've been here, that's been a position I've taken on most issues. We just don't always dot I's and cross T's because we have to do our posturing and pandering, and you all do yours as well. So you get in the room, our staff can be there to come it out. So here are my 3 questions. What's missing from the proposed contractor safety policy revisions that would better protect workers? That's number one.
Yeah.
I think you remember the three.
Yeah.
Number two, what impact could consistent safety enforcement impact long-term labor relations and workforce stability? If you forget the third one, I'll go back and read them. How does consistent enforcement of OSHA and KYR impact union and non-union workers differently? If you forget one, I'll read them again.
No, yeah.
You're
So-
younger than I am.
So what you're missing right now is that you created a policy, and that's it. Is Commissioner Ramsey communicated earlier? You created a policy. It sits on a desk, and that's all you did. You need to put some movement behind it. You need to have boots on the ground where the work is actually happening, and not just another piece of paper that somebody's signing off and saying, "We did that. We checked that box off." Individuals, as someone mentioned earlier, there's in our region here we have 100 deaths a year. That's 3 a week. It's unfortunate. One death is too many, and I wanted to make sure that I brought our partner from the nuclear facility because I want to give y'all an example that this can happen. This is real. This isn't something that we're wishing for. You have to work at it. And it starts at the top. Y'all are at the top. And it takes leadership and decisions that create this type of environment for the rest of us to work in. And the nuclear power plant has committed themselves to ensure that not only they're providing a safe working environment for us as workers, but they're also providing it for the community. Imagine what would happen if something happened to that facility, what the impact would be for that community. And so what I'm trying to get at is, so yes, that's the one thing that you're missing is the enforcement, and you're missing the component of, empowering employee workforce to be able to communicate to somebody, I've got a problem and I need to talk to somebody about it. You can't do it. Sometimes you can't do it with the employer because they're the ones who are tied to the funding.
So does this process I'm suggesting make sense to you? If one of us went in the room with each of us having a staffer in there, legal might say we're violating open records, or somebody may say it.
Sure.
So I can't walk in, or if one of us went, only two could go in that room under the strict interpretation of the law. Legislature was exempted from open meetings, might I add. So there were times when I could go in the room. Jay, am I on? Okay. That's what we said about NRG as an example, when I was trying to just pull everybody's staff so nobody felt left out. Then they said somebody might charge you with violating open meetings. So if you got 5 of our staffers, if people want them to go in, some senior staffer, the DEEO department, county administrator, and in 2 weeks y'all ought to come up with this. I assume you'd have more than one meeting.
I'd also would like for the county attorney to be there
Of course.
just to ensure
They're
that.
always there.
Yeah.
Because they scared one of us might
but
walk
just
in
as
there.
as a request, right?
They show up
And
at,
I'll
they
have
show up at meetings we don't want them in.
Commissioner
But,
Ramsey, yeah.
Yeah. Just to answer the other two is I guess the impact is going to be that you'll have a robust culture of workers that understand safety as a priority to the county. That's the byproduct of having this. So, and we communicate this at the nuke. Why not zero? Why not zero accidents? Why not zero rework? So no mistakes on the project. Mistakes cost money, and if you have a skilled worker, the byproduct of those two entities is productivity, and you'll get things done on time, on budget. If you hire the right contractor, and ensure that the workforce is safe and they're skilled and being able to do that work.
Okay.
Commissioner Ramsey, and then Briones.
Been my experience that if you have clarity in your bid documents, if there's an understanding of what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, you're going to get, I think, competitive, good pricing, and you're going to, at the end of the day, have a safer place to work. From my chair the money we spend doing some bureaucratic paper process is just a big waste of money. So I agree with Commissioner Ellis, the impact, the cost impact on what we're talking about is probably on the other side. We're probably going to have a savings if we provide more clarity. Right now, we have confusion. We don't have clarity. We have chaos when we're trying to get our bid documents. We are about to bid $3.5 billion just in flood control work over the next few years. We need to get these documents right. We need to be sure that there's clarity in our communication with what our expectations are. When the contractors know what our expectations are, then they show up, you get more competitive bids. In the county, there's winners on all sides. So from my chair, there's going to be a lot of effort put into being sure the right people, not DEO, evaluating safety requirements. Commissioner, they don't know about that. We need people that understand construction, involved in construction. Right now, that appears to be in the county engineer's office. So we need to get that right in terms of where the people are and what they are. Don't adopt something that we don't have the people to enforce or we don't have any intention of enforcing. So let's get something right on a piece of paper.
Yep.
And then let's go put it in practice, but with people that actually know what they're doing, out on the job site, know what they're doing, and not shy away from it. There are several items coming up, not in just this Commissioner's Court, but other courts where we're going to have more conversation about who's on the site actually representing the county. There's some things we can get consultants to do,
Right.
but when it comes to county bid doc items on the site, when you're looking at what you're getting paid for, you don't turn that over to the contractor. You don't ask the contractor, Mr. Contractor, what did you get put in today? Well, let me look. I think I did about 10,000 yards of concrete, and you can pay me for that. No, you need a county employee out there verifying not only the quality, but also the safety of what's going on those construction sites.
Yes, sir.
So this is a big deal, and hopefully we can get this thing done.
Thank you. And I'll tell you that, Dr. Ramadan is a county engineer, but I know that they have a health and safety manager, Ms. Karen Hudson, who's already doing, and maybe already doing some of this work. Maybe.
It's inspectors. I want to be sure we're communicating.
Yes, sir.
This is boots on the ground, county employees
Right.
on the ground on that construction site, making sure that our workers out there, that the contractors out there, that everybody's accomplishing what is in those plans and specifications.
Completely agree.
Commissioner Brianna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Puente and Ms. Morales and team, and to the Workers' Defense Project partners. And I couldn't agree more with what Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Ramsey were just saying. And I appreciate that in 2023, we did the worker contractor safety record policy, and now I'm happy that we're taking it to a whole new level so that we can put it into action. And I know that now, especially with the top talent leading purchasing, we have our purchasing agent Williams, we have our new DEO leader Tico Hausman, and then with the big three with county engineering with Dr. Armand, flood control with Dr. Peterson, and Hector with Mr. Trevino, and then Neil Sarkar, he's been an MVP helping to champion all this. Thank you to Jay, John, all the team in our 5 offices so that all of our projects were living into this. And to y'all's point, there's already these checklists that are being done, but with additional training and strengthening them, how can we create that clarity, alignment, and consistency for each of the work sites? So I'm very energized by what will happen. And I look forward to all of us working together so that we can workshop, strengthen, and create the clarity, especially as we continue to move forward with so many. Because I'm like, it's unacceptable that Texas is one of the most dangerous states. So here in Harris County, let's be that light of the progress and safety. So thank you for y'all's partnership. And I appreciate, I'm looking at Chief Benya, and I know the engineering team is all in, and to Ansung and all of the team members leading. Thank you.
Just a quick question for county engineer. Do we have the authority to enforce these protections against retaliation? Do you guys know the answer to that?
I'm sorry, Judge. I want to make sure I understand the question. Are you asking if we have the authority?
As Harris County, so one of the things we've talked about, and I'm not designing this here, Commissioner Ellis, I'm just trying to get some questions answered, but we have the work group. But, one of the pieces we've talked about is like, okay, if we can't afford to have outside monitors, and I don't mean consultants, I mean, not part of the company, then we will have rely on the employees, on the workers to speak up. Well, then the way to protect them and encourage them to speak up is by protecting them against retaliatory firing or retaliatory action. Do you think we have the authority to protect workers against retaliatory action?
Yeah, that's a different issue. I'm not sure, and we can certainly look about that, but it is related to like a violation of a policy. Once we adopt a policy that becomes part of the terms and conditions for the county to do business with the county, if that's violated, then there's recourse that the county could take for that violation. So
Okay.
that's that's the genesis of why the policy would be required.
Okay. We're gonna add something, Jesse?
Yeah, I was just going to sort of agree that like we can put those in our terms and conditions in these contracts, right? We can require them to follow these sorts of rules and include that enforceability. So they are agreeing to it, and we're agreeing to.
Yeah.
Agreeing to it as
and
well.
and just a note here for the advocates is so we're looking at holding these contractors accountable, right? And we're talking about putting this on in the bid. Well, right now, what's coming out of the audit is even though we voted unanimously to say we talked about this last year, I think, Paul, is okay, what was the scoring criteria? What was the score? Who was on the scoring committee? Is there project-specific conflict of interest forms? And a year later, we find out, even though we passed this, it's not being implemented. And then the engineering report is going to come out. I don't know what it has in it. It's in the auditor's office, but I have to imagine it's the same issue. So, I hope we're all going to keep pushing for that. I think, I just heard that we have a fabulous team in our new purchasing agent. So I hope there's not reticence in just allowing the purchasing agent to handle these contracts so that we know they are in fact going through the standard procurement processes so that we can actually enforce this on the contractors.
To be clear, Judge, just a comment. What we're talking about here is competitively bid contracts. What you're talking about is requests for qualifications. So those are two very different things. So of course, we go through the bidding process, right? Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Competitively bid, not what you're talking about in terms of what was audited in last month, just to be clear.
Okay, to be clear, these contracts are supposed to go to bid with scoring criteria and scoring committees, et cetera, according to every other county. And I mean, anyway, we can discuss whether or not it's okay to not have anything in writing, but I'll remind you, last year we voted unanimously. I think one person abstained. I can't remember, Commissioner, if it was you or if it was me, but to have proper processes in place. So I would just say take a look at that, and I'm, I just want to make sure, Commissioner, that whatever we are promising will happen in practice. And on the other end of things, I want to make sure that we're not putting taxpayer dollars or our staff or our department heads at risk in not following procedures that are standard or taking contracting outside of an independent agency that is supposed to be inside the independent agency. Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
So on this issue, Paul, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're comfortable with the process that I've outlined?
Yes, sir.
Just as I know when an item comes up, we can talk about it more, the money and all that, but you need any other direction now?
No, I mean, I don't think so, Commissioner. I mean, I think there's a couple things that I think I'm clear on what I'm hearing from court is that we want to incorporate on-site inspectors into worker safety policy, make it work site and safety review. So it does.
Especially
both
we
of those.
already have inspectors on site.
Understood, Commissioner. Understood, but that we're adding that to this particular policy.
Exactly.
Correct? So
So, and if y'all meet, I'd say once we finish up today, before we meet again in 2 weeks, have more than one meeting. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
you all get, and have our staffs there, some senior person from each office, and hash it out. And then hopefully we can come to the table and we'll get
Okay.
out. Go with the Cadillac version. If at the table we don't have the support, you know, we ask for what I want you to do. I want to ask for what I want. I'm gonna take what the hell I can get.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
All right, so thank you. And to the other speakers, just apology. This has been pending really for years. So I just want to take advantage of the fact that you guys are here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for y'all's time. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here today on behalf of the Harris County Essential Workers Board. Our board has been working closely with county departments and community partners like Workers Defense to make sure the contractor safety policy is implemented the right way. Too many workers are dying on construction sites, and a Harris County funded project should never be one of them. We provided recommendations to help the county integrate these standards effectively because every worker deserves a safe and fair workplace. We want more than self-reporting and OSHA compliance. We want the county to conduct direct safety checks at all county-funded work sites to ensure these standards are consistently enforced and no corners are cut. I would rather see county money go toward prevention and worker safety than paying out death benefits after a tragedy that could have been prevented. Through collaboration and accountability, Harris County is setting an example of responsible government, one that values people as much as progress.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Did you finish? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners Ellis and Briones, for taking the lead on this policy and for standing with essential workers across Harris County. We look forward to future working meetings as we move this policy from paper to practice.
Did we get your name, by the way?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Kara Levi Kennard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennard.
Next is Sarah Redmond on item 428, followed by non-agenda speakers Johanna Felix, Ricardo Nuila, Mark Robinson, Ronald Whitfield. You
Am
each
I
have
the only one
1
who's
minute.
really cold? Is anybody cold? Cold. Okay, it's just me. Can I have a check? Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Sarah. I'm a teacher. I'm an artist. I live in Precinct 4. Hi, Commissioner Briones. I had some questions about this item that I hope y'all can maybe talk about in your discussion later, about what are the efforts to improve citizen oversight and accountability of the police within Harris County, of some sort of citizen oversight board. City of Houston has one. I think that it's a good discussion to have on the Harris County level. And then I also want to recognize that everyone right now in this room is free and alive right now, and George Floyd isn't. And I wanted to know why isn't there an implemented use of force policy yet that has been unified? Because that was announced just weeks after George Floyd's brutal murder here in Harris County. So, and since then, there hasn't been an implemented unified use of force policy. To follow up with that, this, promise policy, okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So a unified policy really doesn't end the violence, is what I want to say, is that it just kind of repackages it. So I recognize that you are all reformists, but I'm not here as a reformist. I just want to say is that the actual, conversation that came out after his murder was divestment from the police and defunding the police on the national level. And to invest in life-sustaining systems like homeless health care, mental health care, community investments that you already all know about, and not for better bureaucratic paperwork, which is what these reforms would essentially do. And so true safety, as we all know, is not even written in policy manuals. It's in the housing, mental health care, like I said earlier. And George Floyd's story lesson was not about reform. I just want everyone to know that it was about how we can imagine a world beyond policing. And Angela Davis said how reforms often function like prisons themselves, a place to deposit our discomfort instead of confronting the root causes of state violence. And I would like to hear from you directly of what do you think, how can we address the root causes of state violence here in Harris County? And yeah, each new reform just looks like the old system from what I'm seeing. And yeah, policing cannot be reformed into justice because it was never designed for it. Abolish the police, abolish all prisons. Thank you.
Thank you. We had those items, Commissioner, that we kept bringing back, right? Yeah, he has it on. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Johanna Feliz. I'm here today to seek justice for myself and for a 17-year-old girl whose life was lost because of the negligence and silence within Harris County Juvenile Probation Department. While working there, I was discriminated against, ignored, and retaliated against after reporting serious misconduct. HR failed to protect me. They failed to act on evidence and witness statements. Instead, they silenced me by terminating my employment under the pretense of a layoff. But the greatest injustice was to that young girl. A psychologist took her into her home, a direct violation of county policy, and leadership knew but did nothing. They covered it up instead of reporting it. They allowed her to be left alone in a hotel where she took her own life. Dr. Shelton not only lied about reporting the psychologist's license, but heartlessly said from a mental health specialist's point of view, she was going to kill herself anyway. According to Dr. Shelton, my job was seen as somewhat redundant as far as duties are concerned, but I guess it wasn't redundant to allow administrators to keep their jobs long enough until they found other employment or
Thank you.
retired.
Your time is up.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Or even through even though their involvement with Jaden's wrongful death. Those responsible were protected. I was punished for telling the truth. I'm asking this court, please demand accountability. Let no other employee or youth suffer from this corruption, this negligence, or this silence again. This culture of oppression, the Good Boys Club, and politics must be abolished. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're looking into it and also trying not to defund the department that already doesn't pay y'all enough. So, which it did get defunded. So anyway, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ricardo Nuila, and for the past 25 years, Bentop Hospital has been my second home. It's where I learned to be a doctor and the only place I ever wanted to practice medicine. I'm not here today to tell you what good Bentop does for the community. The voters answered that resoundingly, crossing party lines in the 2023 referendum. I'm here to talk about space. Bentop needs more capacity. That's just a fact of life. This morning, I spoke with and examined a patient in a hallway on the 6th floor behind portable court curtains. For over 60 years, this hospital and this county have shown that they can and will take on the challenge like this. In 2019, I took best-selling author and nurse Christy Watson for a tour of Bentop. Christy has written about how she sustained compassion while working in the public hospitals of the National Health Service in her native England. I didn't know what she would think of our local public healthcare system, and she didn't hesitate to tell me.
Go ahead, sir. Go on.
It's beautiful, she said. There's so much space. The NHS hospitals were all overcrowded, she explained, because the UK governments hadn't tended the garden, so to speak, and added infrastructure when they needed to. Let's learn from this lesson. Let's expand Bentop where it needs to be expanded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mark Robinson. I, too, am a physician at Bentop Hospital. I'm here to speak on behalf of the proposed Bentop expansion plans. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. There's been much written about that this plan will lead to removal of vital green space controlled by the Herman Park Conservancy. I promise no one loves Houston parks more than me. I ride my bike through Herman Park every day. My front yard is literally a designated natural area by the Houston Parks Department. I love our parks. But more important than preserving empty and underutilized green space is a flourishing and healthy community. Our hospital, which serves as a safety net and trauma center for all Harris County residents, is beyond full. We have patients who spend their entire hospitalization in the hallways or seated in a chair in the emergency department for literal days. We are constantly having to balance care decisions based on capacity, something that we should never be forced to do. We desperately need these beds, and I ask that when the decision comes before the court to move forward with transferring the land to Harris Health, please approve. Thank you for your time. Happy to help in any way in the future.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
Any other speakers, Tiffany?
Yes, ma'am. Next is Ronald Whitfield, Jane Doe, Shannon Mercer, Alexei Swirsky. You each have 1 minute.
Judge?
Hang on, yeah, I noticed. Okay, we lost quorum, so we will hang for a sec. Should I just take a break? Okay, so it is 11:47 and we're taking a brief break. We have to have 3 people seated here to. Okay. All right, it's 11:55 and Commissioners Court is back in session, so we'll continue with the speakers, and thank you, speakers, for your patience. And after many requests for a warmer room, it is happening.
Yes, ma'am. Are you next? Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, and just mention your name and affiliation for the record.
Okay. Shannon Mercer. I'm a member of a small, self-governed neighborhood called Holly Springs, located in far northwest Harris County in Precinct 4. The purpose of my visit today is to request assistance with drainage in our neighborhood. In the past 3 years, we have experienced extensive development surrounding our neighborhood, including large home developments and strip shopping centers. In addition, our neighborhood is divided by a major road, Farm Market 2920, which is scheduled for widening in 2027. We did consult a drainage engineer who stated that the excess water that is overwhelming our drainage system on the north side of our neighborhood is coming from FM 2920.
Thank you.
during
Your time
heavy
is up.
rain
Go ahead,
periods.
ma'am, go ahead.
Go ahead. As a small, tax-paying, self-governed community of 92 homes, we are very concerned about the financial burden presented by this issue. The county's assistance would be greatly appreciated, and we're wondering if perhaps we can get an appointment with or meet with Commissioner Briones at some point.
Absolutely. One of my engineers is coming down to speak with you, Ms. Mercer, right
Excellent.
now. So,
Thank you.
yes, thank you.
so much.
Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jane Doe, and I'm a Jane Doe of a heinous crime here in Harris County. I have been relocated due to CVC and the help of the Attorney General's office. But the individual who did this to me, who held me against my will, kidnapped and raped me, and held me at gunpoint for numerous hours, is still free. I have cooperated. My SANE kit has been back. My detective is amazing. But yet, not one time has she been able to get a warrant sign-off on this individual. He has been precise, strategic, and at the same time has used his connections with local law enforcement to intimidate me. The words that replay in my mouth when I went through flight or fight to get away from him was that I would know you called the police before they showed up to your residence. I had to run for my life. I sleep with glass in front of my door at my new residence because I'm afraid. I can't even call the police if something happens at a break-in at my house due to his ties to this city. My question today is, all this money is going every which way. It may be needed, but what about the crime victims? What about the women who are running on a daily and we're told to get a protective order and to go to a shelter? My job, I can't work in no shelter. I have to stay HIPAA compliant. So when I need resources for mental health, to even just to help me out when days I can't even concentrate. I have a heart condition and set for surgery. I have called the mayor's office 20 times, the suicide hotline 168 times, because I believe as a Black woman, I should be protected in this county that I'm a constituent in. I reach out for help and being told that that's a county problem. It's not a city problem. But I live in Houston, the city of Houston. It's everybody's problem because it could be your daughter, your mother, your sister, your aunt. And it's not fair. So my question today is the help that I need, how can I go about it when I've called over hundreds of agencies? I don't need group therapy. I don't want a trauma bond.
Thank you. And we I believe somebody from my office spoke with you already. I'll make sure that they did anyway, and so that you guys can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Alexi Swirsky. The safety of the public is supposed to be a top priority for county governments in Texas. This is not the experience of Jocelyn Nungary. I'm so glad to see a new Harris County jail on the agenda. The current jail is horribly overcrowded, which is connected to assaults on guards. The jail has failed state inspections the vast majority of the last 10 years. The population in Harris County has greatly increased, including a higher percentage of criminals in the lost my place here. Illegal alien population. We need more jail space to put them in when they are arrested. I'm opposed to spending citizens' money to pay for legal manpower to prevent arrested illegal aliens from being deported. It's the law that they should be deported and sent back to their country of origin. Don't spend the money of honest Harris County citizens to circumvent the law and to keep criminals here to commit more crimes and rapes against innocent people and murders, such as was done to 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Non-agenda speaker Ronald Whitfield, Mary Koch, Jada Diggins, Tim Nunn, and LaDonna Lubeck. You each have 1 minute.
Do you want them in order?
No problem, sir. Just come on up and mention your name before or at some point in your remarks.
Good morning, Tim Nunn. Ms. Briani, I'm sorry I butchered your name. If I could see one of your staff, I'm in your district. Mr. Ellis, big fan. Please pay attention to the second part. First off, I have no idea who does it, but why in heaven's earth do we as citizens have to allow the government to go through our wallet when we are going into a county building? Please look into that. I cannot figure out anything. Goes through metal detector. Why do you have to go through it? I feel intruded. Number two, I would like the council to please review 3802 Texas Penal Code. Read it. Don't AI it, please. Read it. Get with your city attorney. Make sure you understand, because I feel there are many gross examples of police officers who do not
Thank you. Your time.
understand that law.
Do you want to wrap up? Is that what you had?
Ma'am, it's just I have 5 officers that do not understand the law, and I think it's just systemic in their training. So I am speaking for training, particularly county officers, since that's what we deal with, sheriff and the constables.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Ellis, big fan.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the service y'all do. My name is Mary Cook, and it's spelled K-O-C-H. She said Mary Koch, but that's happens often. And I'm here today to speak about the Harris Health expansion into the undeveloped area adjacent to Bentop. I support that, and I'm representing today the Metropolitan Organization, TMO, which is an organization made up primarily of congregations throughout Harris County and adjacent counties. I have a letter here that we sent to Dr. Portia supporting the bond issue, which we're very happy passed, and we helped do that, knocked on a lot of doors and did a lot of education. I also want to talk about Bentop.
Thank you. Your time is up.
That's okay.
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Just very briefly then, I've spent my entire career in healthcare, and 10 years of it was in the medical center. I was the chief operating officer and then chief executive of Tier LifeBridge, which was a small hospital inside of Tier. I know firsthand the importance of Ben Taub and Harris Health as a component of trauma care. Harris Health and Ben Taub provide a wide array, but I just wanted to speak about the essential service that this public hospital offers for trauma care in our expanded community. I don't know about your family, but in my family, we say, if we're in a tragic car accident or whatever, take me to Ben Taub first. So thank you very much. I have the letter that we wrote to Dr. Portia. To whom do I give it for distribution? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can hand it to the officer there to your left.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Cook.
Hello, I'm Jada Diggins, and I'm here to report that there has been a grave injustice and severe misconduct that occurred at the Opportunity Center under the Harris County Juvenile Probation Department, where 3 administration staff exploited a vulnerable former student, essentially contributing to her tragic death by suicide. These staff members were involved inappropriately in her life, doing such things as sending her money, asking her to travel to Mexico, even being given the opportunity to live with one of these staff members. They created the false impression that she was being provided genuine support, but instead soon neglected her. The situation escalated when these individuals abandoned her, leaving her homeless and is attempting to sever all contact the same day of her graduation. She was provided with the hotel room where she took her own life. Despite the clear signs of negligence, manipulation, and abuse of power by those entrusted with protecting and guiding young people, these individuals have faced little to no accountability. The tragedy has been minimized, leaving the impression that those responsible were able to walk away without consequence while a young life was cut short due to their misconduct. Can I shortly add something?
Go ahead.
I understand that earlier you did mention that the department was defunded and that you guys are looking into it. However, Jaden died almost 10 months ago, so I understand you're looking into it, but it's been a long time. So honestly, I don't want to wait anymore, and I want these individuals to be held accountable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it's been the lack of funding has been a problem for a while, and now there's going to be even less funding. It was my point. But I'm asking my staff, and I'm looking into this personally. I'm asking my staff if they can visit with the two of you today. There may be a legal reason why not. But just know, obviously, this is a very, very serious issue. And that is my fear, is when you have a department stretched so thin, what's going to happen? We give a raise to the detention officers at the jail, but not the folks in the juvenile system. Always the kids get left behind because the kids don't vote. So I'm really sorry this happened, and I'm going to try to figure out what's going on. And hopefully, I can get the support of my colleagues to make sure we have the right people there. You're not going to get the right people if you don't pay them right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diggins.
Hello, my name is LaDonna Berkheimer-Lubeck, better known as Donnie. I want to thank you for letting me speak, and I appreciate all that y'all really do. Okay, my issue is not listed on your agenda. It's just something that I need to bring to your attention. I've been very happy with Tanisha Hudspeth is back in charge over the administrators, but this election is having a lot of problems with getting workers due to not allowing party help. And that also backs up y'all being able to appoint judges in so many areas for election day. Rochelle did do a training and to explain how some of this works and to paint the, but the workers all have just received placement letters around the first, around October 1st or after, and workers got their letters 2 weeks later.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Go ahead, ma'am.
These should have been done by August 1st for judges and workers by September 1st. Day of mid-August would even be better. 2 weeks before work, the judges are contacted. As a matter of fact, my husband got contacted on Friday to work and starts on Monday. That's not a good issue here. The process is filing, make more, the process is failing more like 2022 administrator mess. Like Tanisha Husband, I'm hoping that, nobody's pushing her from behind because she's done a great job in the last couple of elections, okay? I have read all the laws, and these things are not in there. They're not from did not come from the Secretary of State's office, because I've read all the new laws. They're putting different policies in that are affecting, like myself, I've been a judge for 33 years, and all of a sudden, we're working and scratching our heads to get more workers. And when I give them more, and I just got my list today of so-called what my final people working for me will be on Monday, and it's not an even number from party to party, and they're supposed to be equal. So I'm just letting you know.
Donnie, we'll follow up.
Okay.
Follow up with you.
One of the things that I think would help, and I don't know, I know a bit because I've learned from somebody in integrity and also from Rochelle, that these people that are appointed, you all have to vote on them to get them their appointment letters. And we need to be doing all of that long before October 1st. We've got a lot of people that could be judges and would be willing if we could get them appointed. I mean, I'm sitting right now with my precinct, does not have an AJ, but I'm working with a lady that's the judge during early voting and is willing to be there on election day, but because she's not appointed, can't work.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll follow up and alert Director Hudspeth as well. Thank you.
Well, and I really respect her. She does.
Right.
She's done a great job.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, those are all the speakers.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany, and for enforcing the time. I know sometimes we overrule you, and the problem is I allowed somebody to speak longer, and then I feel like I have to allow everybody else. So I work to be more disciplined again next time. Okay, so now we have public hearings. We have 3 public hearings in the agenda, and we'll go over the consent items after that. But let me just do this public hearings. Okay. Okay, so this is item 458 through 470. They're pretty routine. We have a public hearing for item 468 in the public hearings on page 54. I now open the public hearing to consider approval to amend the Harris County Interim Major Thoroughfare and Freeway Plan Interim MTFP by removing an unnamed minor collector in the Azalea Trails subdivision in the vicinity of Grant Road and Cypress Rose Hill Road from the plan. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for or against this item? Is there any discussion? I now close this public hearing. Is there a motion on this item?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Ramsey. Having been moved, all in favor, any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Then we will move to 469 in public hearings on page 54. I now open the public hearing to consider approval to amend the Harris County Interim Major Thoroughfare and Freeway Plan Interim MTFP by reclassifying Ewell Road as a minor collector and removing Lindstrom Road from the plan. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for or against this item? Is there any discussion? I now close this public hearing. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, a final public hearing is for item 470 in the public hearings on page 55. I now open the public hearing to consider approval pursuant to Chapter 311.003 of the Texas Tax Code for the purpose of establishing Reinvestment Zone Number 3, Harris County, Texas. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this item? Is there any discussion? I now close this public hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so that's public hearing. Now I will go over any corrections and then we'll do the consent agenda. So on item 3, the meetings calendar for 2026, OCA requests no action. OCA requests no action on item 4 about an internship program. County engineer requests no action on item 23, plat amend regulations. Item 153 on infrastructure improvements, Hector requests no action. 159 legislative agenda, no action. 162 broadband task force, universal services requests no action. On item 238, a settlement, County Attorney's Office requests no action. 241, there is a correction. We need to replace First Amendment with Second Amendment. So it now reads, request for approval of an order authorizing a Second Amendment to the agreement between Harris County, etc. Then 268, JPD requests no action.
286.
286. Thank you, James. 333, procurement policy manual, purchasing requests no action. 358, this is a Hectra item toll plus. We need to replace 121.83% with 34.82% so that it reads at the end goal 35% MWBE, current participation 34.82%. Item 514, cybersecurity updates, universal services request no action. Am I missing any corrections, James?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and any, okay, so let's go to executive session here. So we have executive session item 510, Friends of County Pets. Do we need to discuss that? This is a precinct 1 appointment.
No.
No.
Okay, what about 511, Adria Flowers? Veterinary Public Health Advisory Committee.
No.
512, we need to vote on. Don't we need to vote on all of them?
Yeah, we have to vote on all of them.
Yeah, we have to vote on all of them. Yeah. So do we need to discuss 512?
No.
513 needs to be taken on. Okay, we'll do that one immediately after lunch. We will head straight to executive session. 514, that she requested no action, so we'll take that one out. 515, do we need to discuss on the, okay, operations fellows. 516, an appointment to the Tobacco Settlement Trust Account Advisory.
No.
Okay, then there's 517, an appointment to Community Flood Resilience Task Force.
No.
No.
518, Hispanic Cultural Heritage Commission.
No.
No.
All right, and then there is a 519, a reappointment.
No.
Commissioner Ramsey, okay. 528, CAO, do you need to go to executive session on 528?
No, Judge, unless there's any questions.
Okay. Any questions, colleagues? Okay, I'll put that back on consent. So let's go over the items that were pulled. We have item 1 on the Strategic Planning Committee.
Yes.
Okay. 2, the hiring freeze. We'd both like to discuss that. Oh, okay, Commissioner Garcia would like to join virtually and vote on the consent agenda. So you guys are working on that. And I'll make sure that he's on before we vote on it. Okay, so item 2, hiring freeze, yes, we'll discuss that one. Item 7, Harris County investment policy. Commissioner Ellis, do you still want to discuss that one? You don't? Okay, so we'll put that one back on consent. That was 7, Commissioner Ramsey is going back on consent. 156, Commissioner Ramsey, it was about a Hectra P card.
Yes.
157, Commissioner Ramsey, 160.
Yes.
161.
Yes.
210.
Yes.
220, That is, yes, I'd like to discuss that. We're going to have a burn ban. 226, county clerk, requested by Commissioner Ramsey. Okay, 249.
Yes.
Okay, then we have 250, Metro.
Yes.
254, Commissioner Ramsey, travel. 270, Healthy Texas Women. 271, 315, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I want to take that to executive session to ask a legal question about it. And I'll
Okay.
talk to legal about it.
All right, let me move that over to executive session. That is 315 is going to executive session, and then I'll keep going over here. Uh, 315. Okay, 321, Commissioner Ramsey, audited claims. 333, purchasing request, no action, so taking that out. 351, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
366, precincts 3 and 4, Gallagher.
Yes.
Compensation. Okay, 400,
Yes.
precinct 4, 415, the Youth Reinvestment Fund, Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
425, Commissioner Ramsey. And then 426,
Yes.
428, Commissioner Ellis. 532,
Yes.
543,
Yes.
Yes.
544, Ramsey. 545,
Yes.
546.
Yes.
Okay, did we not already discuss the contractor policy? Do we need to say more about it? 543?
Yes.
Okay.
We have some motions, yep.
Motions, okay. All right, so that's 546. Then resolutions. So these are the resolutions requested to be pulled out of order. It is 550 on Domestic Violence Awareness Month, 551 Cybersecurity, 552 Harris Health, and the Midoff Family, 554 Joint Resolution regarding Hispanic Heritage Month, 555 on resolution of first responders, 556 DJ Daniel, 561 National Work and Family Month, and 562 Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And all other resolutions will go on consent.
Judge,
Yes.
if I might, colleagues give me the courtesy of bringing the Midoff one up first. They've given about $25 million to the emergency room over there. I know they're coming in just for that, but if we can bring them up first, it won't take long, but I want to let them get in.
Okay. I've made a note of that, and if I, for some reason, look like I've forgotten, just let me know. Did I miss anything, colleagues? I'll go back through it. So we have executive session items 315 and 513. Regular agenda 1, 2, 156, 157, 160, 161, 210, 220, 226, 249, 250, 254, 270, 271, 321, 351, 366, 400, 415, 425, 426, 428, 532, 543, 544, 545, 546, 550, 551, 552, 554, 555, 556, 561, 562. Is Commissioner Garcia on yet? No? Okay, so I propose that we have it, and we can just wait for the vote until he's on. So, but is he getting on? All right.
Judge, if he wants to vote on it, if we pass it.
Oh,
he's
he
gonna
can
be
take it back up?
Yeah.
Is he allowed to take it back up?
I mean, I'd rather just hold it and just wait and make
Yeah,
it easier if you don't mind.
I think it's
It
easier.
makes it easier.
Okay, we'll just check with his team if he's still calling in. You guys, and if not, and then, yeah, but you guys won't let us forget to pass it. All right. Okay. Well, let's take it from the top. Executive session again will be immediately after lunch. Oh, is it time for lunch? Go to executive session now and then lunch?
Go to lunch. Go to lunch. What do you, let me.
Sure. Okay, so it's
I better move,
it's
let me move.
12:25. We're going to executive session, then we'll break for lunch. So let's say executive session takes what, 15? So we'll be back.
Judge, could you call out the items for exec session just to make it easy?
Yes, yes, just this. Okay, I will do that. So we're headed to executive session on items 315 and 513. Assuming we're done by quarter till, let's reconvene at 1:45. That'll give us an hour plus executive session. Okay, so it's 12:26. We'll reconvene at 1:45. Oh, thank you. Okay. Am I on? Yeah. It's 1:51, and Commissioners Court is back in session. I see Commissioner Garcia's here. Hello, Commissioner. And we're coming back from executive session. So we were just gonna motion the one item. Is that okay, Jay?
The consent agenda?
No, just the item in executive session that we needed two motions for, and then we can go through the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are. Can you read them out, Jay, on reclassifying the position and?
Yes, Judge, one sec. Let me.
I have,
Okay.
Okay. So that's 513.
do you want me to read? Jay, you want to? or I can read
Yeah,
it? Okay.
whoever.
So, motion to direct HRT to reclassify the executive director to executive director 2, managed assign counsel position. And the second motion is motion to direct HRT to extend and negotiate an offer to a candidate for the executive director, managed assign counsel position.
Second.
Motions by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. The other piece is there was an item that I wanted to add to the discussion list. And let me just ask, which item was it? 542? 542. Okay, 542 I wanted to add. 542. Yeah, so it's about the start time for Commissioners Court. And the Commissioner Ellis knows this is the one where he and I duke it out. But we'll talk about it later.
Oh, you want to add it to, you want to take it off the consent?
Yes, and add to discussion.
Okay.
Okay, so should I go back?
Judge, there's
Yes.
one more item. Item 528, which was previously an executive session item we thought would be on consent. Actually, we do need to have that go back to executive session. I know Commissioner Ramsey wanted to, and maybe a few others want to talk about it.
So we want
That's our item, item 528.
So just so I understand here, so we are bringing 315 back to talk about it some more, or is it something else?
No, I'm sorry. Item 528, which
528.
was moved to the consent agenda,
Okay.
needs to go back to executive session, and we need to have an executive session, another executive session. My apologies on that.
That's okay. Okay, so 528 is a settlement. No, something else.
Yeah, it's a retention of a law firm.
Okay, so 528 I am putting into the discussion list. So let me just read it again.
Judge,
Yes.
item 315 that went back to executive session earlier,
You can go back to consent.
consent, okay, thank you.
That's the one I took back.
Yeah, is that a no action one or
No, it's just
Okay.
consent. We just put it on consent.
Okay, yeah, so it goes on consent. Oh, right. All right, so we have items, we have the executive session item, 528. Okay, so executive session item 528, thank you, Commissioner. And then on the regular agenda, we are looking at item 1, 2, 156, 157, 160, 161, 210, 220, 226, 249, 250, 254, 270, 271, 321, 351, 366, 400, 415, 425, 426, 428, 542, 532, then 542, 543, 544, 545, 546. And then out of order resolutions are 550, 551, 552, 554, 555, 556, 561, and 562. Am I missing anything? Is there a motion for all the items 1 through 562 with the exception of items already voted on and discussion items just listed.
Need to vote on 560.
We'll need to vote on 560. Okay, let me put that one back. So 560 goes on the discussion list. All right, anyone else? Did I miss anything? Okay, so with 560 added to the list, is there a motion for all the items 1 through 5 to 62 with the exception of items already voted on, discussion items just listed? Commissioner Ellis, did you make that motion? And second by Garcia, I think? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And so let's take this from the top. And just as a reminder, when we start the resolutions, we'll start with the mid-off one, but that'll be at 4. Okay. So the first one is item 1, and that is an OCA item.
Thank you, Judge. I've got a few slides, if y'all don't mind. Tiffany, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the slides. Thank you. Okay, so this is an item on the strategic plan in action. As everyone knows, it was approved in December of 2024. Consists of the court offices with support from OCA and OMB. In the language of what we passed in 2024, it asks us to report semi-annually on the progress of the strategic plan. So that's what this is. We're as we committed to from court, we're reporting on the strategic plan. We've got up here, go to the first slide, please, Tiffany. Thank you. So there's 3 focus areas here. We'll get into them quickly. I promise not to take too long. But I do want to say on the strategic plan, this really remains the only policy document that we have that comprises the policy preferences for all of court, right? So I do think this still remains a really important effort spearheaded by Diana Ramirez and Alex Transophilis. It does remain a work in progress, right? And I'll talk some about where we need to make progress in the next couple slides. But because we haven't gotten all the way there yet, I think that simply means that we've got to buckle down and try harder. And that means trying harder and working harder to align these policy priorities outlined by court across what we do with the county. Especially as we look to bringing on a permanent county administrator, I'd ask that court keep these priorities in mind, continue to work with our office to modify, to improve the strategic plan so that it really reflects where court has agreement on issues and gives us and the departments clear direction on how to move forward. I do want to thank all the court offices for your partnership. Your staffs spend a lot of time with the strategic plan. They buckle down, they work hard, they give a lot of input. I know it takes a lot of time. I will talk about the number of meetings shortly, but I do want to thank you and thank our team that spends a lot of time organizing these meetings. It is paperwork heavy, but we are really trying to express the will of court. Next slide, please. So just a couple quick ones. I'll go through this slide really quickly. We do have some successes here in performance management. Again, none of this is declaring victory on anything, but we have made some progress. We're in working with the SPC, OCA, and departments. We have developed this SPIA tracker that has metric definitions. There's a lot of work here. I don't want to go into it because I think time is short. We have a lot to do. We launched a strategic plan website, including that data dictionary in the tracker. It's had a number of visits. It's a resource out there for us and for us to track our progress and look at the successes we've had. And then the meetings. Again, we've talked a lot in the last couple months about the number of meetings, DPMs, goal area committee meetings. This is meeting heavy. We are working this year to lower the number of meetings, to do some consolidation, to respect the time. Your staffs are busy, and we appreciate you lending them to this effort. But we also understand that we have to make the most of that time. So we are making that effort. There are fewer meetings. They are consolidated over the course of the year. We hope that helps. We hope that improves. We hope that improves their experience. Next slide, please. So on outcome-based budgeting, this is the place where I think we have the most progress to make. If I was grading us, I would give us, ourselves, and budget, an incomplete on budgeting and outcome-based budgeting. I do want to call out, especially in terms of how we've applied the strategic plan to the budget overall, right? I think we made some efforts. We had a lot of work to do. We had a really tough budget year, but we struggled to really create that alignment. I do want to shout out Alex Transophilis, who's been in our office, has been a tireless advocate for aligning the budget to the strategic plan. It's not easy. There's a lot in the strategic plan. It's not always what the county's doing. It's not always what's statutorily asked for. And so it's a struggle to put that together, but we are committed to redoubling our efforts. And I also think from our office, we need to do a better job of giving court staff what you've asked for, right? Which is more transparency into what the departments are doing and how it relates to the strategic plan. We are working on that in terms of performance evaluation with department heads. We are accentuating where those strategic plan, where it overlaps with department work, and we hope to report back to your offices at the end of the month with sort of a comprehensive list of that. So again, this is not declaring victory. We've done a lot of work defining programs and services. We've made efforts to categorize some of our spending and appropriately align it between the budget and the strategic plan. More work to do. I'd ask you not to give up on this effort, right? I think it's really important. I think we learned a lot this year. I think we can do a lot better in the coming budget year. And we're already looking at how we align the calendar and how we start this work earlier so that it has more impact come budget cycle. Next slide, please. Oh, decision. This is really quickly on the decision analysis matrix. SPIA took a lot of time. We really came up with an evaluation at the end of the year. I think we're still a little bit. We haven't gotten consensus on how often to use this and what use it is, but I think the exercise of going through it and looking at what we would really do at creating this matrix, it's been a good exercise because it is administratively burdensome, right? And I think as we've talked about, some of this work, does create additional administrative burden, and it's going to be a balance on how much of that we want versus, the impact that we get from it. So appreciate this effort. We've updated it. We've done the work. I do think we're going to have to work on how much we use it. Next and final slide. Just looking forward for next steps. I do think, and what I've told the team, we've got 84 actions in the strategic plan. It's a lot. And I think one of the struggles we had in the year is implementing that many priorities, has been really challenging. We've asked the SPIA, and I think I'm going to continue to push for it, and we'll recommend the next county administrator the same, that we narrow down, what the real priority actions are here into, 10 to 15, the top things that this court really wants to put their policy weight behind and can agree on. I think that'll help the departments align better. It'll help our staff and your staffs align better. I'm not saying get rid of anything. I think everything on there was hard negotiated, hard fought, but I think there is a prioritization that we need to do. What are the most important things in the strategic plan that we want to succeed on? And what are the other things that still need to be worked on, but maybe aren't going to get as much light, maybe aren't as immediate as some of the top priorities. So again, we are asking that Commissioners Court, as SPIA comes up with departments that are really aligning themselves to strategic initiative, to recognize them over the course of the year, help create that incentive, and then department heads, I think, are already working on the top 5 key budget guideline priorities that were outlined by the SPIA. With that, I will stop at 8 minutes and take questions. And again, thank you to court, and thank you to all your staffs and our staff for the work that's been put in on this effort.
Commissioners Ellis, Briones, and Ramsey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dickerman, and thanks to the staff and all the folks who put so much hard work in this in all of our offices. It was a Herculean effort, and I appreciate Deanna Ramirez with the commitment that she had to this. And I just want to stress that it is so important going forward that we align our spending with the strategic plan. And if not, it would just be a strategy put on paper. It would be meaningless. And I always like to remind my colleagues of that great quote from Bill Hobby. You know, government's about 90% finance and the rest is poetry. So just to make sure we focus on putting the dollars into that strategic plan is just so important, and not to rehash the past, but just going forward, we should make sure we try to do that. But thank you for the work you did.
Commissioner Brandis and then Commissioner Ramsey.
So, Mr. Dickerman, thank you and all of the team and all of the offices for really advancing the ball. I know we have a lot of work left to do, but we have clear goals, right? We are going to be able to measure results and increase accountability. And I couldn't agree more in terms of, I know we've made progress, Director Ramos, on the outcomes-based budgeting and making sure it all aligns with the strategic plan. So I'm pleased with the progress. And I especially like the transparency element with the public dashboard. So I wanted to commend you on that. And I appreciate that 1,000 people have already visited in the last 3 months so they can see where their tax dollars are being spent and what the priorities are. I agree with your idea, Jesse, that within all of the goals that we really identify the top 10 to 15 things.
Motion, we
to
continue on
extend.
item.
Second.
Okay, motion to extend discussion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And then Jesse, I appreciate your comment also that we've spent this kind of first year really building it, the infrastructure, and now we're going to actually put it into action. And on that, I've seen improvement in the silos in the county being reduced and the improved collaboration, and we need to just keep leaning in. So I thank all the departments that have really been leaning in. So I know our teams have been working together, how we can further build this trust and accountability to the people of Harris County. And so I have some motions that I know OCA worked on that I'm happy to make after my colleagues speak. But the executive summary is thank you for what you've done. Let's continue doubling down so that we can have clear goals, measurable results, and hold all of ourselves accountable. So thank you. And I'm happy to make the motion whenever the appropriate time.
Okay, Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Jesse, for the short PowerPoint. It's well done. But thanks for the effort. I mean, there's not because of a lack of effort. And a strategic plan is something that every organization ought to have. When I had a business, that's what we did. I promise you, we didn't have 83 strategic initiatives. So the fact that we've worked at it a year nearly, and we got 83, I mean, at least there should have been pared down before now. I even think 15's too many. I'm a single digit kind of a guy. Even 9 is difficult. 42 meetings involved all the folks that we had, thousands and thousands of hours that have been invested already. I would think we would want to take that effort and boil it down rather than begin a whole new set of meetings trying to get to some place we're not sure we're going. So we've created a website, dashboard, glossary, and hundreds of new acronyms. So I think we need to really get focused now on what we're going to do. To your point earlier, the 22 strategic goals identified as a priority in the budget accounted for 0.7% of the effort. And I still will tell Mr. Ramos you did a great job this year on the budgeting. It was difficult, but when you have to start with, and you really do, if this doesn't recognize you have to start with your statutory responsibilities and work from that. And I think you also need to work into this. If we want to start doing some things, we got to stop doing some things. So there is a stop and start analysis I think we need, which relates to cost saving. And just as a thought, you look at some objectives like C, improve safety and health conditions at the jail. I would call that a crisis. And maybe crisis gets dealt differently than other items. Objective H, improve the condition, resiliency of county transportation, flood control, and other infrastructure. Very important. That covers probably 5 or 6 anyway statutory responsibility. So I do think you've gathered enough information now to, I think, have to take that next step to get it to some number less than 10 and work from there. Will we still be using the same consultant? Will we need a consultant at this point?
No, we're
Now we're off and running.
We're operating internally. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, did you want to make some comments? Okay. Okay. So as to the strategic plan, yeah, everyone's worked really hard on it. I think we can have opinions about how many and how it should be implemented. I think the thing we can agree on, Commissioner, and I agree with you with some of what you said as well, is that we need to have a strategic plan. And I would venture to say that we also need to follow the strategic plan. And so that was my disappointment this year, because instead of spending the months that we had allocated for budget season making sure that our programs were evaluated and that the ones that we continued were successful per the strategic plan, we dropped a bomb at the beginning of budget season that we were going to spend $100 to $200 million on law enforcement, and spent the entire rest of the budget time figuring out what we were going to cut and how we were going to make that work. So I hope that we can work better next year to make sure that budget decisions align with the strategic plan we've worked so hard on. Lots of funding was denied that would have helped the strategic plan. 2 examples, we talked about the jail population being a crisis. Judges were cut that help with speeding up processing of cases. And their clerks were also fired. That happened. And then we talk about housing being important and how important it is for people to have a place to live so they can keep a job, and all this work we do with the homeless. Our community department was asking for funds to start an affordable housing trust. One of our goals is to increase the supply of affordable housing, and from the Kinder Foundation to Rice to you name it, housing is a very big issue that's core to all kinds of needs and economic necessities in the community that would help us thrive. So I'm curious to see if there's a way for you guys to synthesize the dam. That's what it's called, yeah? My understanding is there's 1 per initiative, and that's a lot. I think the categories are very good. I don't know if next year, some way that we can see objectively, as objective we can, because I think this one would show, if you look at the various areas, it says alignment of strategic plan, evidence-based, we criticized children's program because the independent evaluation was not enough. There was no evaluation on that. Impact on outcomes, no evaluation. Cost effectiveness, goodness, how do you know without evaluation? But also, we had to cut a bunch of other related public safety programs. Ease of implementation, again, I wouldn't say that was strong. No collaboration or partnerships, it's all coming from us, and certainly there's not an environmental sustainability piece, nor an equity piece. So I think that ideally we respect the time that so many people have spent on this by following the strategic plan that we tout to the community. Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Briones. Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. Mr. Dickerman, I know OCA circulated motions. I'm ready to move forward if the team is. So the first motion to direct the county administrator beginning April 2026 to present quarterly updates to Commissioners Court on strategic plan implementation, progress, and outcomes, God bless you, with recommendations, when applicable, for departments and cross-departmental teams that merit public recognition for demonstrating excellence in advancing strategic initiatives and other strategic priorities, The second motion is motion to direct department heads to coordinate with each other as applicable and with OCA to provide updates to Commissioners Court regarding 5 to 10 of the 22 FY26 budget guideline priorities consisting of operational imperatives and select strategic initiatives through an existing or new concise report submitted in collaboration with the Strategic Planning Committee and any applicable goal area committees. And the third motion to direct all OCA reporting departments to add a link to the strategic planning and strategic plan and action tracker to their websites. These were the three motions circulated by OCA this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ellis. Did you guys have something to add? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's move on to item 2. That's a discussion on the hiring freeze. Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you. I wanted to get some impact. I know in the budget, the hiring freezes were to, the assumption was it would save us 25 million, is that right? And how
That's the
much-
target, Commissioner, yes.
25?
That's
And what will
25.
these exemptions cost?
Roughly 6 million, Commissioner.
And how will we, I know we gotta have a balanced budget or we'll be digging a hole for the next cycle. This is the first item I can think of. Will we distribute this to other departments? So how will we make up for this 6.4, 5.9?
So originally when the hiring freeze was being discussed, the number of eligible positions was, I want to say, $36 million. So there's still some green grass there related to how much the goal was set versus how much in exemptions we have at this point. We'll be coming back with a process for how we're going to account for those savings and be able to essentially book them so that that funding can't be transferred over to non-labor or used in some other way.
Are you able to make some prediction this early about what the shortfall would be for next year?
We
can
update the 5-year financial plan and provide an update shortly, but
That'll come at the next quarter, next month.
I mean, he's asking for, I think we'd rather, usually we don't provide a projection until at least the first quarter is over. Really, the second quarter, we'll have a much better idea. But I think, I do think that anything within this first quarter of the fiscal year, Commissioner, would be a little too early to say where we are going to be next year.
Well, what I don't want it to do is slip up on us. I want to get some sense. I know we started this process a bit later. I hope there's a consensus it's going to start earlier.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We're already calendaring and looking at how to start the process earlier and how to incorporate feedback earlier, potentially have budget hearings much earlier in the year. We've absolutely heard the critique from last year, and in a tough budget year, we need to start earlier. In anticipation of a possible tough budget year, we need to start earlier.
What feedback are you getting from departments on how the freezes will impact their ability to deliver services?
I think departments are tight, right? It's going to be tight, especially as we ask them to do new things. But I do have to say that we're, only in mid-October. It just started. We really need until that November court, another month, to really start to see both the impact financially and what kind of savings we can project, and some of the department impact. So I'm not trying to push off too far, Commissioner. I think you're right. We have to make sure that we're on top of this. But I do think we need a month into the fiscal year or so before we can really start to see what those impacts are.
Again, I just don't want to slip up on us.
Absolutely, sir.
I want to know, because I hear rumblings, and obviously there's always a reluctance. I've always found as an administrator, one of the biggest faults you can have is when you keep the bureaucracy from saying what it thinks. And then when it slips up to bite you, then you blame them and say that one didn't know.
Yeah. I think we have people have hunches and gut feels based on early numbers, but I do think it is wise to wait to see some numbers before we come back and make, we don't want to anchor people and then turn out to be wrong. Again, not saying we need the whole first quarter, but a month, 6 weeks would give us a good opportunity to have a better idea.
What was the process? What factors did you use in deciding to recommend these exemptions?
Our first core was really what Commissioners Court passed, during the budget cycle. There was what were things like court identified departments that needed to be exempt. Law enforcement was one, HART as a division within public health. So mostly it was preferences on Commissioners Court, and then departments came to us and made cases for operationally what was needed. There was a lot of discussion about libraries. Some libraries are small, so that a loss of a couple of FTEs could cripple the hours of that library. We took that into account. So it was those operational factors, as well as our statutory responsibilities and the preferences of court.
In terms of the wave that came in here, the vast majority of them are ones directly connected to court operations, which we know if we don't have functioning courts, we're to have a backlog, we're to have an overcrowded jail. There was also a handful of positions where the department was able to demonstrate the crucial nature or a connection to an existing exemption. So, for example, the Children Assessment Center and Resources for Family and Children, there were existing exemptions. It's just the position might have been misclassified or in a different program, so weren't explicitly covered. That we felt we looked at it and agreed with the department.
I assume you have a spreadsheet on what was asked and what you granted.
Yes, sir.
So can you send that to us so we see what was not granted?
Yes, sir.
And what are we doing different in this hiring freeze from the one that the county did 2010?
My understanding, and I wasn't here for it, but my understanding that it was a hard hiring freeze, that there was no exemptions whatsoever.
It was on every hiring freeze cross board.
That correct. I believe both law enforcement and court offices were included in that, and that which is a very different set of laws that we're working under from that point.
It would be good. I hope there was some records around here. I know I've heard, but just to go back and look, since that was 2010 when the county did it before, so that we just know and send that to us. Now,
so we have some records, Commissioner, and then we were able to look. Lucinda, being a great resource, was able to pull some of the policy documents that they had prior.
Mm-hmm.
But theirs was much, I will say, much more draconian than the one that we're attempting to implement.
Well, because we may get to that draconian period, depends on what happens in the upcoming cycle. So when you come back in November, I'll drill into it a bit more. I just don't want it to slip up on us, and we got to start thinking proactively, in my judgment, about assuming we're going to have fiscal challenges again when we cross this bridge.
And that keeps me up at night, Commissioner. The long-term prognosis of the county, and we're working to make sure you have as many options as possible when the budget comes back up.
And I don't want to slip in at the last minute, because at some point we got to start having some good, tough conversations about how we merge some of these functions and departments. And if we are where we are, we won't have to harp on how we got here, but we are here. We got to look at maybe sometimes ones that were created last, how effective they are in terms of what you merge, not necessarily the last to be created ought to be the first to be merged. We can look at older ones as well, but I think we're going to get there, and I just do not want it to slip up on us.
Commissioner, I think even more than that, I think you're right. We have to look at our internal departments and where we can find real savings, but we have to look across governments as well. Leah in public health has already started talking to the city health department. Like, those are real savings, but they will be hard to achieve and they will take a long time. So if we don't start now on how to find savings with our other local government partners, they won't materialize. But if we do start now, in the next couple of years, we could see real savings. And that's a real effort we need to
And when we
emphasize.
talk about that in a governmental approach, the other big challenge is who gives up control.
Yes.
Because usually experiences that I've had with our friends down the street has been asking for the money. I've been more than happy to give us the responsibility, but not give up the money.
Absolutely.
To pay for it.
Yeah. But like I said, those are going to be really tough discussions. And I think, but we need to move into that mode because there are real savings. There is real overlap, among our partner agencies. And we need to identify that and find those savings.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerman. I think thank you for the update. Sometimes, and you alluded to it, sometimes it's confusing when you call what we did in 2010 a hiring freeze and you call what we're doing now a hiring freeze. Well, this isn't a hiring freeze. We can all use different names. I'd call it strategic hiring. It is having conversations with people before they make a hire. Is this needed? Is it not needed? Those are healthy. I think what we're doing now isn't a bad thing to do going forward, period. Having conversations about what positions you're having and getting that vetted by somewhat of a third party is a good effort. So going forward, this isn't a bad thing in terms of this exercise of having conversations about what we add and what we don't add. So I applaud your efforts.
Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you. In terms of, what is your recommendation on these requested exemptions?
We'd ask the court
Move as
just.
presented, or?
Yes, as presented, Commissioner. And then, again, when we come back in November, we hopefully will have a better idea of how much flexibility we'll have. I think during this process, we promised more flexibility. And I think once we know where we're at, we can talk more about that.
Is there a motion to continue discussion? Motion by Commissioner Ellis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And also in this strategic hiring, well, first of all, just to level set, is it correct that an estimated 13 million in annualized PCN value were filled before the policy took effect?
Yes.
That's correct.
And is it correct that there's multiple departments with blanket exemptions, such as the sheriff's office, constables, public defender, district attorney, purchasing, tax assessor, collector, et cetera?
That is correct.
And is it also correct that there are classifications with blanket exceptions, such as librarians, nurses in juvenile probation, assistant medical examiners, pretrial officers, heart, rise positions, et cetera? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so there's a process where people can make a case if there's something warranted, correct?
Correct.
And so today, for today's purposes, your recommendation is to approve as presented because you all have vetted all of these requests against the criteria. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, well, I'm happy to make the motion to approve as presented after my colleagues speak. So thank you.
So if people wanted to unfreeze everything, would we afford that?
No, there have been many blanket exemption requests that we received that we are not currently recommending. So while we are putting we try to be as judicious as possible, balancing the need for savings to balance the budget with core operations. We did say no to a significant number of positions, and as particularly, I think every department submitted a blanket exemption at some point during this process.
Yeah. Okay. So, just to say, like, there are going to be freezes. Money's not born on trees. It's just not. So we are having to pay a loss of our services and efficiency because we are freezing all of these departments. So round one was hiring freeze. Round two, now we're looking at categories of employees. I'm going to read through some employees that we're recommending continuing to freeze. It's A&M AgriLife, 3 education services employees, our community department, bereavement services, case management, finance, immigration, legal services, information technology, engineering, building operations services, environmental and watershed protection, facilities design and construction, finance. Child and adult services, finance group services for youth and families, guardianship services, Harris County Youth Shelter, Hay Center, which we were celebrating earlier, multi-agency case planning, positive youth development, school-based intervention and case management, senior justice assessment services, Institute of Forensic Sciences, in other words, the folks that conduct autopsies, administrative services, drug chemistry, evidence intake, finance, forensic anthropology, forensic genetics, forensic investigations, forensic pathology, morgue, intergovernmental affairs, legislative agenda, and interagency coordination. Of course, this helps us protect against attacks by the state. Library, branch administration, mobile outreach, public health, communications, planning and innovation, universal services, cybersecurity, and IT. And obviously, we can't say that we're going to exempt all of those. We can't afford to exempt all of them. In that case, why don't we just lift the freeze? So I think that it's absolutely a shame, completely unnecessary. I think it makes sense, of course, to discuss which positions and which existing programs need to continue, but we need to discuss that in a procedural manner during the budget season, not at the dais. So this is very important. And let me just take a pause here to level set and make sure that folks understand what's happening here. Is a hiring freeze means that if somebody leaves their job because they don't have childcare, because they want to work somewhere else, whatever the issue is, that there's not an ability to fill that position. So when there's a hiring freeze, your services as taxpayers are being made more inefficient. The majority of Commissioners Court created a deficit unnecessarily. This was not a hard budget season. It was a budget season that was made to be hard and was made to create artificially a budget freeze to give funding, more funding to law enforcement. This is freezes should not be used outside of serious economic recessions. It is absolutely irresponsible to be implementing a freeze right now. So this freeze is a short-term solution. It has long-term pain. I don't know how they're going to get more money next year from where to end these freezes. I don't see how this ends. So either it's a short term and later we cut services, or these positions will just never be filled. And the way this is being done is not thoughtful. Our offices have received very little information about how these recommendations are being made, who's making them, what criteria are being used. And I don't put that on the budget department. I put that on this body, which took the time that we were supposed to use to evaluate existing services and instead used that time to hurry and try to figure out what to cut that would cause the least political harm in order to be able to fund these raises that would help politically. And here's the bigger issue. A lot of that patching was done with one-time funding. So next year, as supposedly we're going to unfreeze these positions, we're also going to lose the funding that was one-time funding. So it is profound negligence. I cannot stress how irresponsible this is. And you should not use hiring freezes outside of financial emergencies. We did not have one in Harris County. It was created earlier this year unnecessarily. We could have asked the voters. And this freeze in particular, even if we were in dire financial straits as an economy, which we are not right now, this needed to have been done thoughtfully, but it wasn't. It's rushed through because they rushed a $100 million giveaway through so that some folks here could secure some endorsements. So I will be abstaining from this. And will continue to speak out about how terribly irresponsible this is. And you can call me unhinged all you want, but I think unhinged are the folks that make our county broke and spend all summer trying to make up for that, and then put the county in a situation where every year we're going to be providing more limited services, more inefficient services, and do not allow us to use the time that we're supposed to be using to evaluate programs. Instead, use that time to give away political favors. Anything else on this?
Make a motion?
All right, motion by Commissioner Ramsey. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I abstain, so motion carries 4 to abstain. Thank you. All right, so this is item 2, 156, Commissioner Ramsey.
Judge?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
If there are a series of P-card items you want to vote
Yeah, I'm
against-
going to put that all in
Okay.
one.
All right.
Commissioner.
I'll be glad to second your motion.
So I'm going to put the P card items 156, 157, 160, 161, 226, 249, 532. And these are all that I would like to vote on. But let me just say this about the P cards that we're going to be voting on. On this agenda alone, P card requests total $200,000. Recent news article about the City of Houston P card program noted that of the roughly 48,700 P card transactions, only 88 had available item descriptions. Purchases without description totaled 18 million. I think this is not a place we want to be. We don't want to be in that place where you're not really sure what the P cards are being spent for. By court approving P card and out-of-state travel blankets, we authorize the auditor to pay for departments to go. And what we do know is there's been P cards used to go to casinos in Las Vegas, restaurants. You give a list. I don't have a problem with going to the Dairy Queen, but Dairy Queen was not one of them that was used. The report on purchasing from April top P card purchases, lodging was the highest number. Here's a good specific category: other supplies. I don't know what that means. Here's another one: business services. Then there's professional services. Now then there's office supplies, not to be confused with business supplies. There's miscellaneous, that's a very popular number. So I think we're giving people an opportunity to make really bad decisions. We should have a lot more control over these items. So that's why I wanted to put these P card items up for considerations. I think they're all problems.
So, and I think, Judge, if I might, I
Yes,
think there were
Commissioner
six
Ellis.
of them. I'm not sure I got all of the numbers.
So 156, 157, 160, 161, 226, 249, and 532. Is that about right, Commissioner?
Judge.
I'll move those items.
And so are these specific, those kinds of examples that you mentioned, Commissioner Ramsey? Okay, okay, so motion by Commissioner Ellis. Do we have, yes, second by Garcia. Do we have P cards as members of court as well?
I don't know specifically. Most departments do have P cards. Yeah,
We do.
That's what I thought. I would say, I would motion that we all bring our P card information out if we're going to criticize what departments are doing.
Oh, yeah, I'd be
So
happy to.
I'll do that one.
Send that to you today.
Okay, all right.
I have a
But that's
quick
one
question.
motion on the table first. Then
And
you all
I'll-
make you all's motion.
And I'm going to vote in favor of it, but I have a quick question to adding more clarity around categories and more specificity. I do think that would be very helpful. So from the budget department and purchasing, could you all work together so that there is more clarity on categorization? Mr. Dickerman?
It really is on the departments, right? The departments are regulating these P cards within them. And so I think it's a place, administrative services in general across the departments, where we need to have more consistency and transparency and potential savings as well. But this is one where every department does it its own way. There isn't a wide policy that governs that. And, I think that's where we are.
Could you all work on just clarity and consistency and descriptions for categories so that any department that may have a P card,
We can work
Has
with
more
procurement on providing guidance to the departments.
thank you, Purchasing Agent Williams. Thank you, Director Ramos. But I vote in favor.
Oh, go ahead. I think having the, not just guidelines, but something that, I don't know if it's a drop down or, you know what I'm saying?
So there,
That's more,
procurement director, I'm going to try to speak here, but my understanding is that these categories are standard. They're the same as any credit card. When you look at your
right,
credit card statement,
right.
there's the
Right,
categories.
I'm saying
that-
like maybe we have some tighter categories is all. But yes, Director.
Hi. So just to clarify, we do have policies around the P card and when and how they're to be used. We do require certain forms But it's also in partnership with the county's travel policy. And I think that may be part of the issue that we're looking at, because the county requires you to get, as you see from the agenda today, you have to come in advance and submit your travel request in advance. And so I think some people are trying to figure out, since the P card is also their travel card, how to expeditiously handle their travel while also complying with all the policies. So we're happy to look at the list and the categories. I would also add that just like when you travel and sometimes your credit card is flagged for security reasons, we have the ability to see some commodity codes and cut some of those off. So for example, the court approved a hold on IT purchases back in September. So we've cut that code off. However, the vendor also has to have the matching code. So there are some that slip through because that vendor's code may not be the same one as the credit card company's code. And so through our reconciliation process, we are trying to look and see how we can catch those and deal with those. We are actually looking at an AI solution that can more efficiently review transactions, because right now it's all done manually. So that does leave more room for some errors, but we are doing our best. We're a mighty team of 3 in our P-card program to track all of that. And
Thank
I'll
you.
be happy to work with Jesse to bring back a fuller report to your request.
Great. Thank you so much. I think that'd be great. And I mean, there's a fine line, because then you don't want it to be too narrow. And I hear you mentioning about the limited funding that you have in your staff, and that has been an issue in the past. I think it still is with procurement not being adequately staffed and funded, and in that case, those payments and whatnot are delayed. So I mean, if we're pulling money out of places, they think this is an important one, is procurement. Maybe you guys can visit to see if she comes in with fresh eyes. We all agree she's wonderful, to see what else she needs. Thank you. The last point I want to make is we're I think correctly expressing concern at an amount that, given our multi-billion-dollar budget, is relatively small. But I want to remind everybody, this $100+ million, at the time it was almost $200 million proposal, to take money out of existing programs to increase pay without asking the voters, that did not have any backup. That did not go through any categories. That came out of the blue at one court. So sometimes we split hairs on the little things, and I just want to remind people that we're talking about 2 different scales. So whatever this is, it is so small compared to the issues like we found, whether it be in flood control, eager to see the engineering report, and then obviously with this unevaluated plan that came out of nowhere and was not worked on with other court offices, and yet was approved. So anyway, so there's a motion for approval, Commissioner Ellis. Who made the second? Garcia?
Commissioner Garcia, I think.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm in favor. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, so that's all of these. And then, let me see, 226, 249. So we still have 210, right? So 210 is not one of these. So let's go to 210. And that was flagged by Precinct 3. Am I mistaken? Okay.
No, that's it. I'm going to take 2 minutes and just brag on CORE. It is an amazing program. The CORE was created to fill the gaps for mental health services, prevent unnecessary transports to the Harris County Jail, treatment facilities, and/or hospital district. The pilot for CORE was launched in 2017, first law enforcement agency in the nation to pilot a telepsychiatry program for patrol deputies. 2020 NACO Achievement Award in Criminal Justice and Public Safety. All patrols are equipped, and again, these are iPads that the officers have that can connect them with a clinician to do some amazing work out in the public. So the numbers are amazing when you compare this to other things that we're attempting to try to do. There's just no comparison. So with that said, I make a motion for approval as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion yes, okay, motion carries unanimously. And thank you, I echo Commissioner Ramsey's comments. All right, so moving on to item 220. So this one is because of the dry conditions we're facing, and I don't have to tell anybody it's been hot. So a small spark can quickly catch fire, and we want to be extra careful with open flames. We've all seen the terrible outcomes in other places around the country where it was something simple that started a major fire. And obviously, we haven't had something to that scale, certainly not a large situation in several years, but we always have that risk. So we are I'm activating our Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management to level 3, increased readiness. That is one level up from our normal level of readiness. And we always do that during a burn ban so we can be prepared to react quickly if a wildfire were to start. Here at court, I'm requesting that we approve a burn ban to protect our community from creating a wildfire. So here's some do's and don'ts residents should follow during a burn ban. Don't perform any outdoor burning unless it's an approved ceremonial fire. Actually, is Chief Reed here? How about you do the do's and don'ts? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, Rodney Reed, Executive Assistant Chief. Chief Christensen is unable to be here, so unfortunately you get to deal with me. The do's and don'ts that we look for in a burn ban is really trying to minimize as much outdoor fire exposure that we can in these high, dry drought conditions. With us continuing to see a significant delay in meaningful precipitation throughout the entire county, that is why we're working this. And we've worked very closely as well. As you know, this court has adopted Diwali as the fireworks season, which is amazing. And we have worked with our fireworks vendors that after court approves this, the sale of sticks and fins fireworks will be prohibited. And that is really not to create a problem for those wanting to celebrate their religious freedoms, but also it's really so that those fireworks that potentially could go off into uninhabited, non-monitored areas, we don't see those happening. And so, again, we will be working very closely with our fire departments and your offices putting out messaging. And we thank you for your consideration on this burn ban.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How many fireworks sales locations are there in Harris County?
We only have there's only about 5 to 7 at this moment in time.
So you can get the word out pretty easily.
Yes, sir. In preparation for this, we've actually already met with all the fireworks vendors that have openings, that have stands that are open, and they are completely on board with us. Yes, sir.
And Chief, can you explain a little bit what is allowed in these Diwali celebrations and what is not?
So what is allowed are those fireworks that can be visually seen. You can manage those. You can put out a fire if they are. Again, we don't want to forget our normal fireworks safety, making sure we douse our fireworks in water before we put them inside of the trash receptacles and things like that. And we do encourage everybody to go to professionally sanctioned locations to do that. Now, under the burning, there are a couple of things that are authorized, and those are firefighter training is still allowed to continue, fires for recreation, ceremonies, warmth, and cooking. All of those are still authorized, and we ask people to just be very conscious when they're doing those. And then anybody that's using fires for disposal of household waste in an area that they do not have dedicated services, they would still be authorized to burn their trash.
Okay. All right. So folks, just use your common sense and be careful, because that one little spark could really create a problem for our entire community. Thank you for the work you do and all our firefighters as well. So is there a motion to approve a countywide burn ban per the item 220?
Make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Chief Reed.
Okay, so then we go to item 250, pretrial services. Commissioner Ramsey, these are a series of items under your office.
Yeah, just quickly, this is a request for approval to purchase Metro bus passes. Just want to be sure we know what we're voting on. This is roughly 3,448 bus passes. I think the initiative, the objective here is well-meaning in terms of people being able to get to court, and this is one way to do it. I would be concerned about how these cards are going to be distributed, and so there's some level of assurance that at least you're accomplishing the specific purpose by which you're getting these cards. But again, it's 3,448 bus passes, and I'm not sure how you're going to control that.
We'll discuss with Director Michaelides and come back to your office.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it possible? Yes, Commissioner Ellis, and then Commissioner Briones.
I know it has been very helpful in getting people to show up at court, and it keeps us from putting people in the system. So if you can get on the line, but I'm prepared to make a motion for it. We're trying to get on the line.
I believe she's on.
Okay.
Oh,
I can't
she went away.
Director Michaelides, are you on the line? Let's hold on this one until she appears.
She'll come right back, I think.
If I can make my quick comment, please. Well, I agree, Commissioner Ellis. This has been hugely helpful in improving failure to appear rates and helping to move cases along, which helps the defendants and helps the victims. So I'm very supportive and I'm happy to vote in favor. But there she is. Could you please walk us through how they're distributed? Hi, good to see you.
You have to unmute.
Hi, Director. We can't hear you. Are you able to unmute yourself, or is it us? All right, we cannot hear you. It's us. Okay. All right. So we'll work on it on the back end if we have time. So let's go to the next one for now. All right, Commissioner Ramsey. The next one was 254.
Yes, there's several blanket requests here, out-of-state travel. The leading number of these is coming out of the Toll Road Authority. Again, blanket agreements, accountability, they're very difficult to deal with. I'm willing to make a motion to approve all items except 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 34, 35, 37, 38, and 40.
I second that.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, I'll make a motion.
I'm a no.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis on the rest of them.
Oh,
No?
Judge, I was a no on the last item.
He was a no on the last item. Okay, so motion carries 4-1 on the ones that Commissioner Ramsey listed.
And now, Commissioner Garcia, I'm making a motion to approve the others.
Okay,
Or did you want to make it and I'll second it?
No, go ahead.
I'll make a motion.
okay, Commissioner Ellis makes a motion to approve the rest of the items.
And I'll second it.
Commissioner Briones has a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm in favor. I think we're 4-1, Commissioner Garcia. Is that right? No?
I'm
Yes.
unclear, Judge.
Yes,
I'm not clear.
You're
of what
right.
the motion
You're
is.
right.
Okay, so it's 4-1 with Ramsey opposed. Okay, Commissioner Ramsey, 270.
We just need to vote.
I'll move it.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis on this grant.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. 271.
Just need to vote.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. Second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Excuse me. I'm in favor. Motion carries 4-1. Audited claims.
I'll make a motion to approve all items except PFM Group Consulting.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'll move to approve the other one.
Commissioner
moved.
Ellis moves to approve the other
Second.
one. Garcia seconds. Is that clear, James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. All right. And then what about 351, Commissioner Ramsey?
We just need to vote. Jay, on this particular one, is this what these are budgeted for? We can legally do this? The items covered in 351? This is several different nonprofits are involved in these services. So we can legally do this?
Yes. I mean, that's been our position.
Okay?
I'll move it. I'll second it.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis, bless you. Second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. And then these, I know, are going to take a little bit more time. So while Commissioner Garcia is still on the line, and before I have to go to my group therapy, I was hoping we could just very, very briefly go on to 542. It's the one about the time start, and it's very brief. It's simply that after our discussion last time, I heard from my staff and some of the speakers that starting court at 9 means that those of them who have kids will have a difficulty getting here before 9 in order to prepare, and then of course being ready at 9. So I want to propose that we not put that extra burden on folks with kids, and so I would like to motion to approve that the regular Commissioners Court and Business Court will continue to meet at the same standard time of 10 a.m. And maybe I don't have the vote, sorry, but I just want to put it out there.
If I might.
Yes,
Second.
Commissioner.
Obviously, I disagree with you. I think we ought to start at 9. If there are people who have to come late as we go, they can speak later during the public speaker session. But for what it's worth, it's an example like today. We started at 10 a.m. We want to stop. Folks need lunch. I get that. We stop for lunch, and then we'll come in and we'll go through the resolutions. I'm not a big one on resolutions, but they are important, particularly to the people who are receiving them. Have someone today who's going to do it. And then we're going to go back in, and sometimes we stay in here until 10 o'clock at night. And all of y'all are just such wonderful people. But when you get tired, you're not quite as wonderful.
Yeah.
So I think the earlier we start, I think I was the one came up with this so-called consent agenda to kind of speed it up a little bit. But I just think if we start earlier, and then we ought to, whatever time we say we're going to start, we ought to start. And if it means that if I'm late or you're late or somebody else is late, somebody ought to start it on the non-controversial items. I think we all agree on the prayer, we'll agree on the pledge. Some of that stuff we could do. And sometimes people are late. I'm not an early riser. I don't get out early. I get up early and start making phone calls, but I don't get out. But that's why I hope we'll go with 9 o'clock. But hey, I can live with it. My feelings won't be hurt. And when y'all drag on, as you know, at my age, I think I have earned the right to get up and get out.
Yeah, Commissioner Ellis and I always joke about our differences on this one. So I think we'll vote on it. My concern, Commissioner, is also the employees that have kids. On your point about starting, yeah, I mean, I tend to ask your staff, is it okay if I start or not? But if so they'll say yes or no.
If I'm late, you can always start.
Yeah, no, same. My point would just be, your point is let's try to avoid, items where we know the other person wants to vote so that we don't have to come back around. But, that's up to whoever's running the court at the time. So anyway, I made a motion. Commissioner Briones has a comment. Garcia made a second.
So I'm supportive of starting earlier for the reasons Commissioner Ellis stated. And for those who need to come late, they can come late. And I very much, if we say we're going to start at X time, we should start at X time, just to respect everyone's time. So.
Thank you. And just for the record, earlier coming back from executive session, we had to wait quite a while to start. So I don't know if this is a coded comment, but we often find ourselves waiting for everybody on the dais. Again, this is not about the speakers necessarily. It's about the staff, Commissioner. And so I'm very concerned about my staff who does have to be here when I'm starting. There's a reason this was scheduled at 9 a.m. in the first place.
So Judge,
At 10 a.m. in the first place.
last
Yeah.
point I make would be that if we do start at 9, we ought to also be concerned about staffers getting home to their children.
Right, but
picking-
they are
picking up
saying
their children.
that the concern is more the morning because they got to drop them off, whereas getting home is a different thing. All right, I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm not, I'm okay. I have a cat. All right, so
I'll make a
let me.
motion for
So
the 9.
I have a motion and a second from Commissioner Garcia, and it doesn't look hopeful, Commissioner Garcia. All in favor? All right, we're in favor. Any opposed?
No.
Opposed.
All right, so that fails 3-2. Here's my other idea. Could we make it to where only business court meetings start at 9, but then court starts at 10? Meet in the middle.
Nope.
No.
I'm just trying to get out of here.
I'm just trying to get out tonight before.
I was trying to
I'd
get
like
out before Commissioner
9
Ellis
tonight.
got in a bad mood.
Commissioner
so
Ellis,
then-
No.
are you going to make your motion?
I'll make my motion for
So
9.
I'm not done on my motions. So my third motion would be, or option here, is to at least start this next year so we can phase it in. So
yeah.
to start
That's
this beginning January 8th, 2026,
Yeah.
and that way it just sort of doesn't come out of the blue.
No,
Yes?
respectfully, no, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, that's very kind of you. All right, I'm gonna just go no. All right, you guys. In that spirit of no, no, I gotta go to my group therapy. So I'll leave it to Commissioner Ellis. No.
Okay. So thank you, Judge. I'll make a motion that we start the original motion. We start the meetings at 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion made by Ellis, second by Commissioner.
And Commissioner Ellis, just to clarify, you're using the October 30th date, 2025?
So
Yes, ma'am.
approve as presented.
Okay.
I'll let you down. Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nope.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Judge, you gonna give me a vote on your way out?
No.
3 ayes and 2 noes. Okay. And the next item is
Commissioner?
item passes.
Commissioner, before we go to the next item, we have an item that 528 that needs to go to executive session.
Okay.
And we have some time issues. Can we go to
Item.
executive session? That is the county attorney one related to the retention of counsel,
What's the number?
528.
Yes.
Okay.
And meanwhile, could you please help work with Director Michaelides so we can hear her?
528.
Thank
So
you.
The time now is, we'll go into executive session. Time is 5:28. On item 528, it is now 3:03. So Jay, what was this item?
Well, we're back from executive
Yeah,
session
it's
528.
It's 3:35, and we're back from executive session. We're back in session now.
Just move item 528 as presented.
Make a motion.
Commissioner Ramsey moves item 528. 528 is a second. Commissioner Briano seconds. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 3 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Next item is page 43, 366. Commissioner Ramsey and Briano, both of you all pull this. This is Gallagher Benefit Services.
Let me go first.
Yeah, just, again, this is a contract to Gallagher to move forward with more services related to pay equity. Starts November 1st, 2025, goes through October 31st, 2026. And I know we've got a report coming at the next meeting.
That's correct, Commissioner.
I'm not comfortable, at least I'm not comfortable with moving on this item until they've reported.
Absolutely. Could I provide some context?
Sure.
We're actually, the existing contract has 4 one-year renewals. And what we're doing is simply asking that you approve a renewal. We don't have a proposal. We don't have anything. We're actually trying to get ahead of having that renewal in place. So depending upon what you and other members of the court decide on the 30th, if action is needed for their services to support and assist in the implementation, then that renewal is there. And we would work with Gallagher to come back with a proposal, which we would bring back to the court for your input and approval. So we're not asking for any budget. It is actually just exercising the first of what is 4 separate one-year renewals on their existing contract.
But we could do that anyway.
You could?
We don't need to do this. We could do that anyway,
Okay.
my opinion.
Commissioner Briones.
So first of all, just to confirm, we're going to get the entire pay equity study and actionable recommendations next court, October 30th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I cannot wait. I know we've been waiting for years, and I'm so excited about that. 2, Director Ramos, the $50 million we have set aside as sacred is still set aside as sacred so we can begin taking action to implement, correct?
Yes.
And this was part of the budget that we voted for, correct? Okay,
Yes.
so speaking of budget, and sorry, this is the English teacher coming out of me. It was written in a way where it says at a cost of 1.257,500. But just to be clear, this is a no-cost extension at this point.
That is correct. That is what you're seeing was the original cost of the original contract, the one that is coming to an end. But we are not asking for any dollars, simply trying to get in advance of having to request the renewal so that we can go to Gallagher based upon the court's desire around implementation, and they can develop a proposal which we would bring back to you.
Thank you, and I cannot wait for next court. Thank you for your leadership of this.
Okay, so Jay, this item could pass with 2 votes.
Correct, Judge. Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so is there a motion for it?
I will move 366 as presented.
And I'll second it. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no.
No.
2 ayes and 1 nay. Item does pass. Next item is one of page 47.
It's 400.
Yeah, item 400.
So 400, we heard from a few speakers this morning. So item 400 regards employ to empower, a contract renewal, and all 4 of our precincts participate. To me, this is one of those proven programs where we have these unhoused individuals that we're able to put to work in our precincts. And not only are they getting a job, but they're also getting job counseling, housing services. And so to me, this is one of those win-win-wins. It's like you teach a man to fish and it moves forward. And so I'm very thankful to the Sheriff's Office and the Housing and Community Development Department for working together on this. And I want to thank all of our precincts. I know they have been really partnering with these individuals and pouring into them. And Commissioner Ellis, I know you hired one on one of your park staff. So I hope that together we can grow this program because we know there's such a need and we want to get folks back on their feet. So I'm proudly moving number 400 as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. All those in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote no. 3 ayes, no nays. Item passes. How about that? Next one is item 415. I pulled that one. And Mr. Gonzalez, are you around? You on the line? This is to cancel it, and I just want to make the point, this is something that has really worked. It's about $4 million. It didn't make it through the process at the budget, but I want to put a marker down because I'm going to push for it in the next cycle. But this is item to cancel it because it did not make it through the budget process. I move this item. Is that second?
This is an
cancel.
approval to reject.
You have to reject it.
Make a motion.
Okay, and I'll second it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. 3 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Next is item, page 50, item 425. Who pulled that one here?
I did.
You did, yeah.
I know we're looking to bring on more consultants. And I think there's two items at 425 and 426 are to bring on more consultants. I guess as I've expressed, and thank you, Tanya, for your work. It's outstanding. I'm not comfortable going out for another consultant. We've had a lot of studies done through the years. We've got reports. You've done more in 1 year than anybody has in the last 10. So taking what you've learned and what you know, coupled with the consulting that's already been done, it's just hard for me to understand why we would continue to do more studying. I would think we would be in a position to say this is what we want to do. This is the next step that we want to take, particularly in this particular one related to mental health and those improvements, or at least the two of these together. So that's my concern. I'm not sure why we would move forward with another study when we've been studying this thing for a number of years. If I remember, back in 2007, we had a jail bond we took to the voters, $245 million for 2,000 beds, 2,500 beds, some number. It failed, and again, I think people understand we have issues. We know we have issues with the state in terms of certain criteria they require, and we're not able. We're back in good graces right now, but we're just right there on the edge. We've got beds we can't use now in the jail because we can't hire detention officers. I would think that'd be our full focus right now, is to get that done. And I wouldn't necessarily support going out for another consultant at this point.
So if I might, colleague, can we take both together? And Director DuBose, I'm going to let you speak. Look, we're looking at spending a significant amount on building a new jail at some point. And at some point, we'll have to do it. That mousetrap is just not working the way it was intended to work. But we ought to be thoughtful about how we do it. And it ought to be one for the future. It may not happen anytime soon. So I think when you're looking at maybe a $6 billion investment, it's important to look at what has happened around the country. But Director DuBose, you want to make a comment? Did I sum it up?
You did, sir.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve both. Is that second?
Second.
Commissioner Briano seconds. All those in favor, vote aye. All
Aye.
opposed, vote no.
No.
2 ayes, 1 nay. Both items pass. Okay, next is 532. Am I right? I'm not skipping one, am I? 428, my item. Just briefly, Director DuBose, can you give us an update briefly? I know we're trying to get out of here at a reasonable hour. We put about 12 items on the agenda after George Floyd's funeral. The last one was obviously a resolution, but our sense of remorse over what happened and complimenting the people of Harris County for not resorting to violence. But we had about 11 items. One was to develop a process for engaging the community in the budget from Judge Hidalgo. This is in 2020. Development of a use of force dashboard, Judge Hidalgo. Violence interruption program, Ellis. Study on Alternative Responder Program, Ellis. Improvement to Injured Defense, Ellis. County Civilian Oversight Board, Ellis. Intervention Alternative to Punitive Criminal Justice Responses to address the issues of poverty, homelessness, public health, and mental health, substance use, and violence prevention, Ellis. Report on the imposition of criminal fines, fees, and cash bail, Ellis. Report on racial disparities in the county justice system, Ellis. Racial profiling analysis, Ellis. Model use of force policy, Garcia. That was 11. We came in and passed them unanimously to be thoughtful about how we do studies, how we come up with policies. But it was important, they all passed unanimously. I thought it was time to come back and get a little review on what have we done 5 years later. I know Mr. Floyd's birthday would have turned 51 a couple of days ago. That's why I put it on the agenda. So you have a report for us?
Sure. Not necessarily a presentation, sir. So apologies, this work lived with multiple iterations. It was JAD, then OJS, and RAD, and RAD was eliminated in the budget process under OCA. So my team began pulling together some of the history and statuses recently. I would say the Alternative First Responder Program, HART, is stood up with public health, very successful. Violence Interruption Program, RISE. Indigent Defense, over the last 2 years, additional money's been added to the PDO budget to help increase the capacity of representation to the 50% goal. Alternatives to incarceration and criminalization, numerous programs were derived from the PFM report, including WEC and Access. Racial disparities, fines, and fees. This particular one took a little bit to get off the ground. There was some holdout on data, but Texas Appleseed was contracted with. We expect to have that report next summer. Racial and ethnic disparities within the legal system. RAND report was just published. I'll also add Justice Innovation Team, based on a request last month when we provided some data. You'd asked that we look at a deep dive in our justice system. So we've worked or contracted with Justice Management Institute through our Safety Justice Challenge grant to do a deep dive analysis. We expect to have analysis in December and then a full report in March. Racial profiling by law enforcement, there is a dashboard online. Currently, it's compiled from data that is reported to the state already. Transparency of use of force incidents, that data is some included in the current dashboard. Again, it's compiled from data that's reported to the state already. And then use of force policies, all the constables and the sheriff have policies. One of the things we'd asked is that the agencies publish those policies online.
How many have done it?
4, including the sheriff. 3 of the constables and the sheriff have policies online. Justice Innovation is starting to work with the constables to get the other remaining policies online, and most of the policies are consistent. We could certainly do some work to have a uniform policy. Justice Innovation is happy to continue to work on that.
So colleagues, look, we made some progress, but not nearly enough. And obviously, budget comes into play. That's a part of it. On the Alternative Responders Program, since it launched in 2022, HART has addressed 22,000 calls in unincorporated Harris County, and that's a noble feat. But a similar program in Durham, North Carolina, has responded to 16,000 calls in the same time period, and Harris County is 16 times the population of Durham. So even with HART expansion this year, we'll only have one response team for every 107,000 residents in unincorporated Harris County. So that means that after launching the program in 2022, we were a leader when we launched it, but we watched cities and counties across the nation build much more robust programs than we have. And that's a budgetary issue, which is why I made reference to it during the strategic plan. I want to ask Dr. Larry Brown if you are around. You on the line, Dr. Brown? He didn't think we'd be moving this fast. On violence interrupters, we launched community and hospital-based violence interruption programs to stop the cycle of violence. The program has directly intervened in 131 incidents that could have become violent and engaged with thousands of individuals on building trust relationships. Ben Taub has had 0 readmissions among those people. On the law enforcement side, as you stated, there's been a holdup on creating a dashboard because we couldn't get the data. And on the racial disparity studies, when we asked for it, it's been a very long time. And what do those studies that you've gotten, what did Rand tell you so far?
So Rand has published, there was data that, if you're, the data that they were unable to get a hold of for the analysis. A few of the elements that Rand had requested and hadn't received were PSA and PSR data from pretrial, not necessarily pretrial, that didn't want to share the data. It was the courts that felt like there was some reason it shouldn't be shared. Traffic stop data from HPD, Sheriff's Office, and constables. Original charge data from the District Attorney's Office, and then post-conviction data from CSCD were data elements that they weren't able to put together. They went ahead with the report with the available data, and that has been published. Mm-hmm. Texas Appleseed, on the fines and fees, sort of the same thing in ability to get the data. We were able to get data to them March of last year, I think, or March of this year, and we expect to have the report this summer.
And so you're going to put the dashboards up showing what we have, and then when they complain in each of these categories, you'll have to say, if you'd submitted more data, you wouldn't look as bad as you will probably look with the data we have.
Yes, if we don't have all the data elements to tell the story, what we do have is not, often doesn't look favorable, and we'd like to work with those agencies so that we can help tell the story.
Last point on the Public Defender's Office, we made a commitment that we would get it up to 50%, I think, in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And we are at what, 16% of the cases? Is that right?
16 to 18%, yes, sir.
So I just want to make the point that's a long way to go. I'd give us probably a D if it was a grading system on what we've done in terms of the reforms that we committed to after Mr. Floyd's funeral.
Yes, sir. Would
you agree? Obviously, it's incomplete, but, C minus, D, D plus, D.
D.
Okay, so there's still a long way to go. I just want to stop and put that on the agenda. Next item is.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
First of all, Commissioner Ellis, thank you for putting this on the agenda and keeping the light shining brightly, because I agree. There's still so much work to be done, and we need to be relentlessly improving safety and outcomes in the most data-driven way. And Director Mills, thank you, because I feel like you've helped from the D to the, you've made us the C minus because of the data you've been collecting, right? And I cannot wait for our Public Defender's Office to get to the at least 50%. And I'm energized that with our new Chief Public Defender, Judge Draper, I have confidence in a way that I didn't the last couple of years that we will get there. And we must, especially given the private appointment of counsel and everything we've discussed. I mean, that's suboptimal quality of justice when we can enhance the quality of justice and do it as better stewards of taxpayer resources. I'm so thrilled that we have Judge Draper at the helm, and I'm happy that you and I are co-sponsors of the Indigent Defense Commission, but we have a lot of work to do because 16 to 18% is not at least 50. So we will get there. I'm also thrilled, I know we talked about this earlier, our new MAC director, who I believe will take the MAC, and I thank Mr. Hardin for his service, and Portia Brown will help really take the MAC to the next level and help us with those misdemeanor cases to enhance the quality of justice and do it in a way where we're being good stewards and do it in a holistic way as well as the PD. And someone who's been in the PD's office, who's done defense across the state, I have great confidence in Portia Brown. So congratulations, Portia. But I also, to your point, heart across the county. Thank you, Director Barton. And we need to get those numbers up, right? The connections to service and making sure we're maximizing
we continue
the effect.
Discussion.
Continue, yes. And then RISE as well, continuing to improve, and CERT and CORE and all of these programs. It's this very complex multidimensional system. So thank you, Tanya, for keeping us focused on where we are in terms of the data and where we need to go. I do want to point, there's this one data that I am super proud of, and this is for our Youth Diversion Center. We've been able to reduce recidivism in youth who participate in the Youth Diversion Center down to 8%. that has been a huge improvement from where we were. So thank you to all of the team. And I also want to thank Talia Morris and my team, because Precinct 4, we're matching a state grant, $8 million from Precinct 4, $8 million from the state, to do a Children Without Placement, a CWAP facility at Burnett Bayland Park in that complex. So I'm really excited, look forward, and this will help these vulnerable youth from having to make unnecessary contact with law enforcement. But in sum, we have a long road ahead. And Director Mills, if you could just continue to keep us laser focused on the data, what's working, what's not, and why, and that we can be relentlessly focused in enhancing safety and making sure we're enhancing the quality of justice here. So with that, his 51st birthday, October 14th. My birthday's October 12th, so it always hits, and we're only a few years apart. And he will never, we need to increase accountability and transparency in meaningful ways. So I hope we're not here, Commissioner, in 2, 3, 5, 10 years. I hope we've just become that A student that we all want to be. And so thank you, Director Mills, and all of the team to help us push relentlessly. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner
Colin.
Ellis, for bringing it.
Thank you, colleague.
I
I'll
shall
put it
no
on the
action on
agenda every year. I'll do it again next year. But I might have you assign that grade. I'd say D at best, but there's a lot of work to do. And obviously funding will be a big part of it. That item that I pulled was one that would help with juvenile justice diversion as well, but we didn't have the funding to do it. No action on that item.
Thank you.
The next one, Commissioner Ramsey, is that you, 532? Did we approve that earlier? Okay, then the next one after that is contractor safety. I have a motion that Commissioner Briones and I worked on together, and I think we sent it out, and I'll just read it into the record. Motion to direct the Office of County Administration in partnership with Engineering Department, Toll Road, Flood Control District, Department of Economic Equity and Purchasing Agent, and Opportunity, County Attorney's Office, and court offices to return to Commissioners Court on November 13th, 2025, with a countywide worksite safety policy establishing uniform standards for all county construction projects. At a minimum, this policy shall incorporate feedback from labor and industry stakeholders, be modeled after evidence-based best practices from peer counties, labor, and other organizations, be designed to reduce worksite injuries and improve worker protection, establish clear safety monitoring and inspection standards, and include training and enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance. And that's from Briones and Ellis.
Second.
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing none.
And Commissioner, I just wanted to let you know that we've already set 3 meetings for this
Excellent.
group since this morning.
Good. Now, and I did want to ask you this, it's supposed to come back on the next agenda. Are you all comfortable with that, or do you want?
I would take till the November court, Commissioner, just because it is hard to schedule meetings and there is a big
And you'd have to
group.
put it, you'd have to have all the item in for Monday, the week before that meeting?
Yeah, correct. Since we're meeting in 2 weeks, we'd have to have items really done in a week.
So we'll take a friendly addendum for this to come back on which court?
Yeah, correct.
So Commissioner, you read November 13th, 2025. Does that work, Mr. Dickerman?
Yes, ma'am.
It
Yes,
works?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Good, okay. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
The next item is 544, Precinct 3. That is
There is clearly more people
panhandling.
live in unincorporated Harris County than live in the city of Houston. So whatever you think panhandling is in terms of being a problem in the city of Houston, it's just as big of a problem, at least out in the unincorporated area. I think recent legislation has allowed counties now to pass ordinances related to panhandling. And there's just so many things that when you pull up to these intersections and there's people in the road, there's people in need, they need services. So I think from reducing traffic hazard to reducing risk to motorists to reducing risk to pedestrians, I think we need we need to go ahead and implement in unincorporated Harris County a ordinance related to it. Commissioners Court, I think, requests that the county attorney work with the court offices to draft an ordinance regulating roadside panhandling and vending activities in unincorporated Harris County, which may include clear prohibitions on panhandling and vending within traffic lanes, medians, and other areas that pose safety risk, improves traffic flow and quality of life by creating designated safe zones away from the busy traffic. The ordinance would minimize disruption to daily commutes and enhance the overall community environment in unincorporated areas, fostering a more orderly and enjoyable public space without impeding individual rights. Enforcement provisions that prioritize warnings and referrals to social services for individuals experiencing homelessness or economic hardships, emphasizing compassionate solutions, collaboration with Harris County Flood Control District, Harris County Sheriff's Office, and local community organizations to support outreach and assistance programs, regular review and reporting on the ordinance effectiveness and community impact. I get as many calls on this issue as almost anything else that happens in Precinct 3. So this is a proposal to try to begin to address this very real issue within unincorporated Harris County.
So, Commissioner Ramsey, what I'd like to do is hold that item and 546 until the judge is back. I know 546 is her item. I'd like Commissioner Garcia to be here, to be honest with you, on your item as well. I am worried about whether or not we would end up, as we try to do something about unhoused people, filling up that jail quicker than we intended. I just want to make sure there are no unintended consequences. So I'd like his perspective. If we do that at the next court, I know the judge had some proposed language which seemed reasonable to me, although she's not here, was to motion to direct the Office of County Administration and Engineering Department in conjunction with any other relevant departments to develop and submit a report to court containing the following: data-driven analysis as to whether there's a public safety risk related to stemming from panhandling, and secondly, recommend solutions, options, if such issues are identified.
I
But
think taking it next court.
Take it to the next
is
court, because I
fine.
just like Garcia's
This
perspective.
gives all departments a heads up, particularly the county attorney, Jay, that y'all look at this, let's have conversation, look at the legislation that allows us to do it, so that at the next court, we can be sure whatever we do, we get it
Whatever we
right.
do, yeah. And maybe take a look at other cities who've done it and what has been the impact, because a lot of our budget decisions were based on a certain jail population and not having outsourced. So I get it, we want to solve the problem, but we're going to have to pay for it another way.
Well, that would, my solution for for the people that are on those corners is not put them all in jail. That wouldn't,
Yep.
that's not the
Okay,
answer.
so is that all right? We'll hold that one and 546 as well.
I'll show those as no action.
Yeah, no action. And then we're going to resolutions. What is this? Am I skipping anything else? Any other items?
545,
545.
And-
It's 4 o'clock, Jay. Do we need to do the?
Yeah. Can we do 540? That's the last one.
Correct.
And then the question to Director Michelides on.
Yeah.
Okay, how about 545 real quick? Y'all mind waiting on resolutions 545?
quickly, we covered a lot of this in our earlier conversations related to, there's issues that we've identified related to the prevailing wage rates conflicts. So we've implemented that on October 1st. We've gone out for proposals. Now there's confusion amongst the construction folks, the people that are trying to bid, that we need to deal with it. So maybe in a general kind of way, maybe work with purchasing and work through the issues that I think that are out there amongst those who now are seeing new documents. They're completely familiar with Davis-Bacon and all the federal requirements, but this kind of add-on appendage that we call the local minimum wage, it gets confusing. And what, again, as I said earlier today, when you create confusion in construction bidding, you're going to pay for it. If we can make our needs clear our expectations clear, I think we'll we'll address it. So we'll bring that back to the next court. And along the whole conversation we had earlier on individual daily reports, there was conversations with the county engineer related to the contractor doing more responsible documentation of what was going on out there. I've got a real issue with not having a county employee being responsible for verifying quantities and other things out there. So that was discussed earlier, and we'll bring that back too. It sounds like that may not be what the county engineer intended, and we'll work through that issue, but at least come back with that. We can bring that back to the next court. I'm looking at the county engineer's office, if that makes sense.
Perfect.
So I shall know.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm Erwin Burden, and yes, sir, that's satisfactory to us.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. One last item. 250. Is that motion on 250?
Is Director Michaelides on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, commissioners.
Tell us,
I apologize for being virtual.
now, remember, the question was, how impactful has it been to give bus passes to people who have court dates in terms of increasing their appearance
Court
rates?
appearance. Well, Commissioner, there was some research done as part of the consent decree. And one of the areas of concern was the issue of transportation. So we're taking that data and making it into something action oriented. And we do note who receives these bus passes in our case management system. And it's specifically for bus passes. So we attach it to a person and then we can track it to see if it's made an impact. We have some pretty good data from 2024 regarding number of days to a warrant. So, which we're doing through our through our dashboards internally. And I think we would be able to measure and show proof of concept that this is having an impact. It's really a low cost. I know $15,000 is nothing to, it's important and it's a lot of money, but I do believe it's a low cost impact to what you're going to get out of it. Oftentimes warrants cost a lot of money if you start tracking down the number of people that have to enter that information, serve that warrant. And then once that person's brought back in, they have to be processed through the jail again.
And was it part of the consent decree?
The research that talked about court appearances, that one of the reasons, once they interviewed people of why they failed to appear, transportation was an area of what the individuals that failed to appear of why they didn't come to court.
And I thought in the consent decree, we agreed to do this. Am I right or
We
wrong?
did, but this is
We
for
did?
all transportation bus passes were given to the court navigators, but now we're expanding it to more felony.
I got
More
you.
felony
Since it worked
population.
well in the consent decree, we're expanding it.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Right. Commissioner Ramsey? Just want to vote.
Understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. That at least shows that there is some monitoring of who receives the bus passes and that sort of thing. And you're still looking at the data.
Thank you.
We are. We have good data to compare it against. We've spent about a year cleaning up our data, and I do believe in the near future we're going to be making a demonstration of, or at least coming to court, just talking about our different outcomes and the devices that we use.
Thank you. You good,
Thank
Commissioner?
I'm good.
I'll move it. Is that second?
Thank
I'm
you.
good to vote.
Second.
Oh, you
I'll
good?
vote.
Okay. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
2 ayes and 1 no. Item passes.
And Commissioner, I can move 546 to the next court.
Okay, thank you.
That gives everybody an opportunity to look at that.
Okay, we don't need a motion. We just put it on next court. Is that all right? Okay, do y'all need a break before we go to resolutions?
I'm ready.
Okay, I think I saw Richard and Jenny meant to, oh, yes. This is a resolution, if you don't mind, Richard, you and your wonderful bride just come forward.
Jay.
Richard Mithoff has made a career fighting for consumers in the courthouse, and his wife has been right
sorry,
there at
Tim?
his side all these
Yes,
years.
it's done.
From securing a $2.3 billion tobacco settlement, winning $80 million for victims of a nursing home tragedy. They have worked tirelessly to benefit the people of Houston, Harris County, and this entire state. Their commitment to justice is matched by their compassion. They listen to clients, and his wife makes sure he listens to all of them, goes by the office on a regular basis. He treats them with respect, elevates their stories, and his work reflects his belief in supporting public institutions that serve vulnerable communities, especially in healthcare. He and Jenny called me over to their home. I thought I'd done something wrong, but they wanted my advice on donating $10 million to Harris Health. And after giving 10 of that money, they raised another $15 million for Harris Health, which shows their commitment to that institution. The trauma center at Ben Taub currently bears the name Jenny and Richard Mithoff. They didn't ask for it. We asked them to do it. And this resolution is to just make sure that if that trauma center is ever moved anywhere in the county or in the state, that it still bears the name of Richard and Jenny Mithoff for one simple reason. They've given care to more than 80,000 emergency patients. Somebody said earlier, in their family, if they are in a car wreck or have an accident, if it's an emergency and it's life-threatening, they want to go to Ben Taub first. But Jenny and Richard, I wanted the county to make this commitment, not just because you did it, but because I hope that your names serve as an inspiration to other people who have been blessed with the resources that you've been blessed with, to share them with the public as you have done. So I'm not going to read the resolution, but I just want you to know it's been the honor of my life to have known you. I met you through Congressman Leland when I had as much hair as Jenny has on my head. And you all just been good friends and call me and tell me when you agree and when you disagree. But all of us in Harris County are grateful to you for what you have done. I know Commissioner Briones wants to say something, but we just want to thank you. And I wanted this county to make that commitment. I have no idea if that emergency room will ever be moved, but if it is, wherever it is, it ought to bear your name as a symbol to others that they too can do it. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for bringing this. And Mr. and Mrs. Mithoff, thank you. Thank you for your incredible generosity. Thank you for being a blessing to our community and for sharing just your expertise and your heart and your treasure to make Harris County a better place, and especially your commitment to healthcare for the most vulnerable in our community. You're an inspiration. And so thank you for everything that you've taught us and for what you stand for. So thank you. Deep respect.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
You're not before the court, but we want you to say your name for the record so they'll remember when we're not around, they'll know that you and Jenny were here.
Richard Mithoff and my wife, Jenny, of many, many years. We are very grateful and very moved by your kind words, Commissioner, and all of you on the court. It means a lot. And to let you know that we haven't stopped, Dr. Porsa, who's of course in charge of Harris Health and Ben Taub Hospital, has already secured our home for November 4th to kick off the next phase of either the remodeling or the rebuilding of the Ben Taub Hospital and the Trauma Center. And so we will start again and continue with what has become a passion for us. And we're grateful for everything that each of you all have contributed toward that effort. And we appreciate your very kind words in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny?
I just want to say thank you too. And I was on the board for a long time and kind of miss it now that I'm back here. Like, why did I ever get off? But it does such great work, and we're just honored that we have been a part of it.
Well, I want you to know that in addition to what you have done for the hospital system here for the indigent in Harris County. I'm well aware of what you've done around the state of Texas. Every time I walk in the University of Texas Law School, your names are there, prominently displayed. And I called you when I was at something for the anniversary of the Heman Sweat case, 75th. This is the 75th year anniversary of that case. And I told you that I was just so impressed to see the information on the wall, and you told me you're about to give them some more money because you want to do a refresh on it. And then you said you want to make sure that there's something that honor Heman Sweat.
That's right.
But that's powerful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We're grateful. Thank you.
Is there any objection to passing this resolution? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And I think you've earned the right with all this money for $80 million plus. We're gonna stop and take this picture now.
Yes.
We'll do the others. Anybody object out there? We're just gonna take a picture with you.
I'll show you it's a motioner and Commissioner Briones is a seconder.
Yes, and it pass unanimously.
Okay.
And what's our next one? I don't have any. Commissioner Ramsey, do you have, oh yeah, we gotta wait till he comes back. We did need that break. Need to do any of the judges, or we can just pass them, her resolutions?
I'm sorry, no, there's no other business other than
No speakers on?
resolutions. Yeah.
Okay. Just wait. Okay. We take a break for about 5 minutes. Okay, it's 4:22 and we're back in session. Commissioners Court is back in session. Commissioner Ramsey, you have a resolution 550.
Yeah, there are some resolutions are somber and very serious, but then there's fund resolutions. And my next one here related to Devarja DJ, call him DJ Daniel. And he is pretty much a superstar. Any place he goes, I have to get an autograph or just to hang out with him is a pleasure. But if you want somebody to brighten up your day, spend a little time with DJ. He'll get that optimism. He'll get that positive look on things. DJ Daniel, we're going to honor today for having wisdom beyond his years, bravery and determination. DJ was born and raised in the Houston area, became an avid supporter of law enforcement after witnessing the rescue of his family during Hurricane Harvey. And this sparked his passion for first responders and strengthened his appreciation for their critical role. In 2018, he was diagnosed with a rare brain cancer and given months to live, and that was in 2018. But defied the odds and through faith in his God and multiple treatments and used his struggle to inspire others. DJ has been recognized by the Presidential State of the Union Address, sworn in as an honorary officer for more than 4,000 local, state, and federal agencies, including the United States Secret Service, 6 international agencies, all in the memory of the late Abigail Aris, a fellow childhood cancer patient and honorary officer who passed away in 2019. And it's just a pleasure to honor you, DJ. We're going to get pictures a little later, but if you would like to, and of course his dad, he's a good friend. He's been around this county for a number of years and someone I greatly respect. DJ, would you like to make a couple of statements if you want to? I hesitate to give him the mic. Just share with us, DJ, a little bit about what's on your mind this day.
Well, I'm going to say this right now. I would call my dad up for right now. And I ain't going to lie. Sometimes I don't like saying his name, but Congressman Deotis Daniel. Right here.
Well, it's definitely an honor to come in this great facility here with the best commissioners that I know. Even though y'all might bump heads sometimes, I still get it done. And
but you work with us all, I know.
We work with it all. It don't matter. But this is like I was telling DJ, I said, this is exactly what I had been trying to get to his head. There was a lot of obstacles that we had to overcome considering Hurricane Harvey and him having 5 months to live. And for my generation X, men were made to fix everything. Daddy couldn't fix it. So I had to go with what I knew best was prayer. And so we had kept Baylor College of Medicine and Texas Children's got with us. And Devarja is the child that was utilized for the most important medicine that was approved through FDA. And they've got 6 other kids on it, but he's having a little bit more health issues. He's having seizures now. He's at 7 years. They have a max life expectancy of 5, so he's beyond that. Now they're studying him even more. I don't know if you know that, he had 13 brain surgeries. And we gave with $200,000 with Jason Aldean the other weekend. But we definitely appreciate it. He's got some more things coming up in Mar-a-Lago and some other areas. And I think what he was trying to clear up and say that for me is that I'm paying forward for everybody that prayed for my son in Harris County. This is one of the greatest counties in this great country of ours in the state of Texas. And so I decided to go ahead and run for this special election for Congressional 18 because I think that, we need somebody that's going to be pretty good. I'm one of them. There's plenty of other ones. But I just want to let you all know that because you all been there, you've done it, and it takes a lot to get up in there, and you all motivated me to do this. So I'd like to give you a round of applause for that, and all the great people that's hired in this audience and law enforcement officers. It takes a lot to do that. So thank you, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Ramsey, Ms. Briones, for your kind gesture and making the resolution for DJ.
Thank you. And say your name for the record. You got to
My
get
name
accustomed to that when you're running.
Oh,
Say the
okay.
name
Yes, sir.
first.
My name is Theodis Daniel. I'm Reverend Leo Daniel's second cousin.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
DJ,
DJ, hold on.
Commissioner Ramsey, thank you so much for bringing this resolution. DJ, you're an inspiration, and keep following your dreams, living your dreams, and you will be in my prayers, and you're an inspiration. So God's miracle at work.
Now I know when somebody looks at me like that, it looks like they want a hug.
I would love a hug if
Now
when
we're
we
going to
take
get
a
hugs
photo.
with the pictures.
Yeah.
We'll all
You're
get one.
amazing. Keep it up, DJ.
Okay.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So DJ, so Reverend Leo Daniels was his great-grandfather or his grandfather?
Reverend Leo Daniel's my second cousin.
Okay, yeah, I knew him well. I knew him through another congressman from the 18th.
Really?
Yeah, right. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Ramsey, do you have another one?
I got one more, and this one is equally inspiring. I'll just start with a story. It's the best way I can get there. On July 17, 2025, Mike Mattingly was riding his bicycle when he encountered wet concrete and was thrown to the ground. As a result, Mike suffered a concussion and required swift medical attention. While incapacitated, Mike called people on his phone, including his boss, who recognized that Mike was in serious danger. And then we had a couple of deputies show up, and I think they're here. Mia Ramirez, and come on down, and Erica Marin. Fortunately, they were there when he was having an episode. So we talk a lot about law enforcement, and they're there to enforce our laws, and make us safe. But every now and then, sometimes you have an accident. And in this particular case, because of the situational awareness and bravery of these individuals willing to go the extra mile and intervene on behalf of their fellow man, Mike has made a complete recovery. And so you can see a lot of times when you have a concussion, when I played football in high school, I had more than and don't start anything, Mr. Ellis. I didn't mean to tell you I had concussions in high school, but.
Was that playing without your helmet on?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
But they intervened, and they made the difference, not only in this individual's life, but responding to just a clear and immediate need. So the resolution recognizes that, acknowledges that, and thank you all for what you did then and what you'll continue to do. And please have comments if you do.
First off, thank you, commissioners, for letting me speak today. I'm going to be completely honest. I have no memory of the crash. What ended up happening, I was just doing my usual cycling routine. And I know, Commissioner Ellis, you like to bike ride just as much as I do. I've racked up close to 100,000 miles in the past 10 years.
I'm not on that level.
This is my way of dealing with stress. And the next thing I crashed, and I'm like, and then I had no memory for about probably 75 minutes. And the next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. I'm like, where am I? I later found out what it was. It was just some concrete that wasn't solidified, and I plowed through it at 17 miles per hour and then just smashed all over into the concrete. The only way I could figure it out was on my Garmin Connect. I don't know if you have one, Commissioner Ellis. I figured it out, like, why did I do that? And so that's where I realized, okay, it's a bike accident.
I'm just curious, was it a city street or unincorporated area?
I'm going to say right now, it isn't in unincorporated Harris County. I made sure that it's strictly the city of Jersey Village. Yeah. So it's not our fault.
Yeah.
And I did check it afterward. Was there any construction stuff? There wasn't anything there for like a week.
It happens. I know.
It does happen. But
I had a crash 2 weeks ago. I was listening to an audio book. That's probably why I crashed.
Wow. I knew it was going to be all right when I started getting joke texts from my friends in Philadelphia and here. I'm like, all right, I'll be all right. But I'm very thankful that the constables did what they had to do for me. And it's just one of those prime examples of why Harris County, Texas is the #1 county in this country. I firmly believe that because of these reasons. I'm glad I moved here 7 years ago. I'm not leaving.
Thank you, Mike.
I
Glad you
appreciate it.
came down.
Thank you. And just say your name for the record, Mr. Matt.
Oh, yes, I'm Mike Mattingly, and I happily work in Office of Management and Budget.
Oh, good.
Mr. Mattingly, we're happy that you're all right, but what a scary incident. And to our constable deputies, thank you for responding so quickly and for everything you do to keep us all safe. So stay safe, please. Mike.
I do wear helmets now because my friend sent me 81 of them.
And put lights on them, by
Yeah.
the way.
I actually have 2 of them with that on.
Hang around for pictures.
Yeah. Would you all like to
you.
say anything? Thank y'all. Officers, did you want to say
State our
anything?
names. Deputy Mayor, Precinct 4 Constable's Office.
Deputy Mia Ramirez.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for what you did.
Of course.
All right. Thank you. That was 5:55, and the other one was 5:56 for your records. Commissioner Briones, you have,
So I'm going to take up 2, and then there's one from Precinct 2 that was a joint, and I know we have our guest here, but I'll do 561. This is recognizing October 2025 as National Work and Family Month. So this is something that's very, very personal to me, as every day my amazing husband and I are trying to raise our 3 daughters, and every day is a challenge, to be honest. So, and more than 90% of U.S. families have at least one working parent, and approximately 66% of married households, both parents are employed. And so this recognition, I want to shout out to Harris County for several things that I'm proud of. So Harris County has up to 12 weeks of paid parental leave, which my personal opinion is the whole United States should have that as the leading nation in the world, but we don't. But here we do in Harris County. We also have up to 40 hours of infant sick leave. We have been installing lactation pods across county buildings, as well as creating nursing rooms so that our working parents have a safe, clean, comfortable place to pump or feed their children. And we have started after-school programs, summer camps, free for our kids as well, amongst many other investments Harris County makes for our children. And so National Work and Family Month offers the opportunity, and Sakita Douglas is going to say a few words, but we want to honor working families, whether that's raising minimum wage for Harris County employees to $20, whether it's paid parental leave, whether it's our pay equity study and the adjustments we will soon be making. We want to make sure it's workable for working families and that one job is enough so that you can go home and raise your kids and bond and unite as a family. So, and my husband may be listening, honey, I love you. Couldn't do it without you. So thank you for making every day possible. But Director Douglas.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On behalf of Human Resources and Talent, we'd like to thank Precinct 4 for lifting up National Work and Family Month. As we observe National Work and Family Month, we're reminded that the true organizational excellence is built on a balance between professional achievement and personal well-being. Supporting work-life harmony is not only the right thing to do, it is a strategic investment in our people and the long-term success of Harris County. When employees are healthy, supported, and fulfilled, our collective capacity to serve our community grows stronger. Harris County is home to nearly 20,000 employees who keep this community moving. Our charge from an HR perspective is simple: to make it easier for them to care for their families while they serve us. Over the last year, we've strengthened our benefits and wellness ecosystem, expanding access to high-quality health coverage, 24/7 employee assistance resources, preventative care, and wellness programs, along with practical tools that support both financial and mental well-being. We've also invested in our community building programs that make work feel more human, including the book club and the countywide 5K, which had a record 2,100 registrants this year, record number, creating space for connection, movement, and belonging across departments. Currently, open enrollment is underway, and our benefits and wellness team is out across the county, helping employees and retirees make the most of their coverage and programs. Work and family should reinforce and not compete with each other. Thank you for your continued support of these investments. that help our people bring their best selves to work and at home. And thank you to the many, many departments across Harris County that partner with us to make these programs real for our workforce.
Thank you so much, Director Douglas, for your leadership in helping to really move these programs forward.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. And I want to also, we just had another Precinct 4 baby Sabrina. So congratulations to Gabriela. And we're about to have another Precinct 4 baby Estela is coming any day now. So family first always. And I appreciate everything you do to set that culture, Director Douglas. So thank you. My next resolution is 562. It's recognizing October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Many of us here are wearing pink, and we have some testimonials in just a moment. This is really personal to me. I lost my Aunt Becky to breast cancer, and we know that breast cancer accounts for 1 in 3 new cancer diagnoses in women each year. The average U.S. woman has a 13% chance of developing breast cancer in her lifetime, and Black women have the highest rate of death from breast cancer. The good news is the rate of death from breast cancer has decreased 44% since 1989. And women 40 to 44 have the option to begin screening every year. And the American Cancer Society recommends that women aged 45 to 54 be screened every year, and women 55 and over can switch to being screened every other year. I'm so thankful for the partnerships Precinct 4 has developed with Memorial Hermann and Spring Branch Community Health Center. We provide mammograms at no cost at various Precinct 4 community centers as well as other Well Women checks. And I know I go to my appointments every year because I'm just, breast cancer takes the lives of approximately 42,000 women each year. And so we all need to take care of ourselves. I know many women, often we're taking care of everyone else and not ourselves. So as a reminder, we all need to get our exams. And I want to thank in particular, there's so many guests who are here, but we're going to hear from Dr. Brown and all of the great work that Harris County Public Health does. And so I thank you in advance, and thank you to the women here who are here to share their stories. So if you could please state your name, and thank you so much.
My name is Sharita Andrews, and I want to thank commissioners and the judge for having me here and allowing me to support Commissioner Briones' proclamation recognizing October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. 29 years ago, at age 38, with 2 young children, these are the words I heard. Ms. Andrews, we're dealing with breast cancer. In that moment, I made 3 decisions that I believe saved my life. The first one is I didn't let fear paralyze me. I acted immediately because fear can kill you. Second, I embraced my faith. Death was not an option for me, and I chose to believe what God had dropped in my spirit, that I would be completely and totally healed. Third, I became the head.
Please continue, Ms. Andrews.
I became the head of my health and wellness team. I assembled doctors, nutritionists, holistic practitioners, family, and friends. But I am one of the blessed ones. I stand here as a survivor, but I also stand here knowing that not every woman has the resources that I had. In Harris County, Black women have the highest breast cancer mortality rate of any group, and that has to change. We can save more lives by making early detection easier, ensuring fast access to treatment, and addressing barriers like cost, transportation, and trust. This can work right here and is working right here in Harris County. I'm living proof that early action saves lives. Let's make sure every woman, regardless of her race or her zip code, has the same choice and the chance to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kim Provo. I was diagnosed with stage 3 estrogen fed receptor breast cancer August the 19th of 2019. And so with me hearing that, I kind of already felt like I had breast cancer. So then I end up having a lump up under my arm. So I said, okay, you need to go to the doctor. So I didn't waste any time either, and got with my doctor, and he said, okay, we're going to have a barrage of tests ran, and that's what they did. I was blessed with a very good team of oncologists and infusion nurses with Harris Health. And I'm very glad to be a part of their system because I haven't been let down in any way. So I totally approve of them because a lot of people feel like when they hear that you've been through Harris Health, you're this person that's broken,
Go ahead.
don't have any money, and you're not worth being taken care of and given the health care that everybody else has access to. So anyway, I'm blessed to still be standing here, and I made my 5-year mark April the 1st of this year. And I want to say something to the commissioner, Mrs. Briones. I had the pleasure of meeting you Pride Day at Steve Raddick. And I just want to make sure I say thank you for taking out the time to listen to me and my concerns and about incorporating breast cancer at the facilities in Precinct 4.
Absolutely.
So thank you to everybody.
Absolutely, Ms. Provo, and happy 5 years. We look
Thank
forward
you
to
so
celebrating
much.
10, 15, and
Yes,
more.
ma'am.
And thank you to all of our Harris Health team members.
Hi, my name is Tamika Baker, and thank you so much for having me and my other breast cancer survivor sisters here today to tell our story. I was diagnosed in 2022 of triple negative breast cancer, stage 2, grade 2B, after finding a golf ball sized lump in my breast in 2021, after having a clear mammogram at the beginning of 2021. So that's how fast my tumor actually grew. It was very quick and it was very big. I got my treatment at Methodist Hospital in Willowbrook, and they did an excellent job. My main concern with being in the community is advocating for yourself, knowing your family history, and early detection. Those are very key to the health and the wellness of yourself as a woman and as a man, because men can get breast cancer as well.
Yep.
And just like they say, health is wealth, and generational wealth is key. Also, your health is key as well. So your family generation health is very important. You need to know your family history and always advocate for yourself. It doesn't matter whether it's cancer, whether it's diabetes, whether it's just hypertension. Advocate for yourself, because if you don't, no one else will. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing your story. And lastly, we have Amanda Waliandaya.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Judge. If I get emotional, I was just diagnosed last December with stage 1 breast cancer. I had surgery February 14th of this year, and I finished up radiation in May. To say the least, it turned my life upside down. It was one of the scariest times in my life, not just for me, but for my husband and our family. The support of my family was incredibly important to me during that time. I couldn't have made it through this without them. I want to express my deepest gratitude to this court for allowing me the opportunity to work for the county. Because of the benefits that come with this job, I was able to focus on healing without the added burden of financial stress, something I know that not everyone is fortunate to have. A special thank you to Commissioner Briones and to my incredible team at Precinct 4 for standing by my side from day one. Your support has been the world to me. I'm proud to be a part of this team and even more proud to serve this community. I cannot stress enough how important early detection is.
Go ahead.
Get those mammograms done. Thank you. Thank you.
We love you, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. And Dr. Brown?
Thank you. I'm Dr. Erica Brown, Health Authority for Harris County Public Health. As was stated here, breast cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer and unfortunately death in our country and certainly in Harris County, specifically affecting Black women, unfortunately more than other races in our county. So we do have a long way to go to make sure that we are providing education, that we are providing access to care, access to early mammograms for our community. I do want to speak a little bit about breast cancer affecting men as well. The American Cancer Society estimates that 2,710 American men will be diagnosed with breast cancer this year, and around 530 are unfortunately expected to die from the disease. As the public health entity for the county, we wholly support early access, early detection, getting the mammograms, and certainly talking to your providers, specifically around your family history and what is best for you. What we are seeing is an epidemic. We are seeing detection of breast cancer earlier and earlier in our young men and our young women across the country. And so early screening is really the key. And we are working to make sure that everyone has the education and the knowledge to understand what they are feeling when they're hopefully doing their breast screenings and providing access to care with early mammograms. And lastly, I do want to take a moment to just thank everyone for sharing your story. Your stories are really what help us provide education to the community and hopefully help someone who may feel a little bit intimidated and scared about the process, about early detection. But thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, Dr. Brown. And thank you all for sharing your stories. We wish you many more years of health. Thank you.
Thank you, and a big round of applause for these survivors and advocates. Thank you all so much. Do you have any other resolutions out of order?
So there's one from Precinct 2 that we did as a joint with Precinct 4, and I know the honoree is here, Dr. Ruth Lopez Turley. If you could please join us very briefly as part of our Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. Commissioner Garcia, who's traveling today, and I are proud to partner to honor you, Dr. Ruth Lopez Turley. I know as fellow Laredoans, I have extra pride to see your tremendous success. So we were celebrating, I know technically it's October 16th, but Hispanic Heritage Month was celebrated from September 15th to October 15th. It honors the invaluable contributions of Hispanic leaders across the nation. And you, Dr. Ruth Lopez Turley, are the embodiment of what we were celebrating, because it is amazing to see what you've done. Native of Laredo, she graduated from Harvard University and from Stanford University. In 2011, she founded the Houston Education Research Consortium, a groundbreaking collaboration uniting 10 Houston area school districts to advance educational equity, and later established the National Network of Education Research Practice Partnerships, connecting over 80 partnerships between research institutions and educational agencies nationwide. Through your leadership, Dr. Turley, you have guided public agencies and social service organizations with research that fosters equity and understanding, and inspiring your students to address systemic inequalities in education and beyond. She has secured more than $80 million in research funding, ensuring that partner organizations receive valuable insights without financial burden. In 2022, she was appointed to the National Board for Education Sciences, advising on priorities for the research arm of the U.S. Department of Education. Today and always, Dr. Ruth Lopez Turley, we honor your contributions to advance educational equity across the country, and you represent such amazing leadership in our Latino community. So congratulations. Thank you for everything you have done and will continue doing, and helping to drive data-driven policy across this nation. So welcome and thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Lopez Turley, and I just want to thank you, Commissioner Briones, and the court for this recognition. I feel very honored. But I, of course, want to just state that I want to personally acknowledge the very, very difficult task that you all are doing on behalf of our county to improve lives. And it is precisely for that reason that we know that the work that you all are doing is extraordinarily challenging. So we at the Kinder Institute want to make sure that the research that we are providing is timely and useful and informative for leaders like you, and also for the thousands of nonprofits in our county that are working very hard to improve lives. So we want to do all that we can to inform their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor, and it's been wonderful to get to know you, and you're just incredible leader. So I have a note here to go back to 5:55. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Judge. I was so excited about getting out before the Dodgers started that I forgot that my staff had a resolution on. So thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, for putting this on. It was a very scary moment for all of us. I want to thank the Constable Precinct 4 deputies who jumped in and helped assist and make sure that he got the care that he needed. Mike, we're going to need to get you the latest and greatest in helmet technology because I'm tired of you being out with concussion issues. But I also want to thank my staff, Lindsay Anderson. Those of you who know Lindsay know she takes charge of every situation she's in, and she really stepped up in a big way when one of her colleagues needed it. So I just want to thank her because I think that situation would have played out very differently if we didn't have the type of compassionate leadership that we have here in our office. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and thank you again for your brave actions. So I have two resolutions out of order, and let me just. Okay, so one of them is a resolution designating October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I am wearing purple underneath this black jacket. It was a little bit cold. But here's the Domestic Violence Awareness Month color. And I have a pink stone. So we will also celebrate Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month is a national campaign observed every October in which we raise awareness about domestic violence and uplift the needs and voices of survivors. The theme this year is With Survivors Always. It explores what it means to walk alongside survivors in pursuit of safety, support, and solidarity. More than 12 million people of all backgrounds are affected by intimate partner violence in the United States. Over 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced intimate partner violence in their lifetime. Harris County has invested more than $20 million since 2021 to address both the causes and effects of domestic violence, helping to reduce the court backlog, to seek justice, provide mental health services, and financial assistance to empower survivors. We have a strong network of organizations that support survivors, including the Harris County Domestic Violence Coordinating Council, the Houston Area Women's Center, and service providers like Aid to Victims of Domestic Abuse, the Bridge Over Troubled Waters, and Bay Area Turning Point. Purple Thursday is recognized by advocates as a day of action for the community to show its support for survivors by wearing purple, educating themselves and others on domestic violence, and supporting the organizations that assist survivors by volunteering or donating. Harris County remains committed to supporting and empowering survivors of domestic violence. Be it resolved that Harris County hereby designates October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Harris County, Texas. Yay. Do we have any speakers on this item? Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maria Baena. I am a high-risk advocate with the Harris County District Attorney's Office Domestic Violence Bureau. I want to thank you for the resolution designating October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. While we honor this month, I want to remind you, domestic violence doesn't just happen in October. It happens every day, every month, and every year. I work with survivors daily, and I see the strength that it takes to come forward and the urgency of our response. This resolution tells our community that Harris County stands with survivors. And I'm here to say the District Attorney's Office does too. We fight for survivors, we fight for offender accountability, and we fight to prevent homicide. Our office is committed through specialized prosecutors, trauma-informed practices, and strong partnerships to ensuring survivors are protected and heard. Domestic violence awareness must be more than a moment. It must be a movement, and we're proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbie Brashear, the Harris County Domestic Violence Coordinating Council. I just first want to say these people behind me are amazing. The Domestic Violence Bureau, which is now a bureau, we should all be proud of. You all are amazing. This morning, we witnessed the power of coming together, and I want to commend each of you and your staffers for pulling together for a young woman who was so brave to come forward and speak this morning. She's on a pathway now with this group behind me, as well as the Domestic Violence High-Risk Team Mobile Advocacy Response, to a much safer place, physically and emotionally. So thank you for your commitment, for your leadership, and thank you to your staff who work so hard. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. My name is Chandler Rain. I'm the first assistant DA at the Harris County DA's office. I was unsurprised to learn that this court, especially through you, Judge Hidalgo, was presenting this resolution. Because in my time as a prosecutor, I have seen nothing but support for law enforcement and for the organizations outside of law enforcement who focus every day on making sure that survivors do not become victims. Commissioner Briones, Commissioner Ramsey, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Ellis, and then Commissioner Garcia as well. Y'all and y'all's staff have shown us so much support in the work that we do every single day. I find myself here very often thanking you all for what you do to make sure that what we do is possible. And I'm doing that right now. But I would be remiss if I didn't thank the women and the men of our Domestic Violence Bureau for the work that they do every single day. I know that we share this day and this month with Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but the tragic reality is that there are a lot of similarities between the two.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. In that early detection, if you will, is also so important. I know Councilwoman Twyla Carter has her stance right now on I'm okay, are you? And simply asking that question and reaching out to those that you see may be in trouble or in trauma or in crisis can help them get the resources that they need to make sure that they are a survivor and not a victim of domestic violence. And so I encourage anyone to simply ask that question to their friends and to their family that they see early signs of domestic violence. We can only do what we do to help protect the women and the men of our community, and especially the children of our community, because of the work that y'all are doing every day and the work that you all have allowed us to do as a body. So thank you all, and thank y'all. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all again for your work.
Thank you all.
And I have one more item here before we take some pictures, and it is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And the resolutions are a positive time, sort of kumbaya of all these different issues that we care about. But I think it's also really important to be very clear about where the county's priorities are. And ultimately, the way we reflect our priorities is through our budget. And so I just want to make the advocates aware. For example, childcare is something that the domestic violence folks had shared with me is really important because that gives the mothers financial freedom. And even though we're celebrating a staff member that now has a baby, this court failed to continue an evaluated childcare program for 60,000 families, refused to so much as ask the voters whether or not they wanted to continue. Instead, they spent $100 million on law enforcement raises, causing cuts in other areas. And the cuts that were made impact these causes. So they include, for example, we had a hiring freeze that we discussed today. And so it includes areas specifically on community services, case management, probably relevant here, as well as information technology, on Harris County children and adults, group services for youth and families, guardianship services, multi-agency, case planning, and in other words, wraparound services. Those are positions that are now going to be limited and being refilled. And then there have been actual cuts to agencies, public health as well, communication. They would be the ones communicating on these kinds of screenings. And we're going to talk about cybersecurity, and cybersecurity is also cut. I only say this because one of the reasons I ran for office is because people felt that you're just, we pay lip service sometime. We've done a lot of great work on this, but I think if we don't keep attention to it, we're just going to keep reducing the real commitments that we've made. The county is in a very weak financial situation, and I just hope that you guys will stay on it, that, the resolution is good, but we cannot take money from these kinds of programs and issues and then give it all to law enforcement, not even ask the voters about that, and still come and celebrate the kid. I wonder if this new baby will have early childhood. Those other 60,000 kids are not. So we need to focus on the real results. And I'm sorry that the programs related to your work are being negatively impacted, but I will continue to fight for them. So back to cybersecurity. Very important, obviously. Another area that was cut in order to make room for a pay raise that could have gone to the voters. So let me just read that. October is recognized by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance as Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a time to raise awareness about online safety and empower individuals and businesses to take measures against cybercrime. The 2025 Cybersecurity Awareness Month theme is Stay Safe Online, which focuses on protecting oneself from online threats. Harris County recognizes that it has a vital role in identifying, protecting, and responding to cyber threats. Critical infrastructure sectors are increasingly reliant on information systems to support financial services, energy, telecommunications, transportations, healthcare, emergency response services. Maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role to play, and awareness of computer security essentials will improve the security of our IT infrastructure. During Cybersecurity Awareness Month, citizens are encouraged to visit to learn about cybersecurity and to put that knowledge into practice. Be it resolved that Harris County hereby designates October 2025 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Harris County, recognizing the importance of cybersecurity and the importance of training and education to further our country's and our county's national security and resilience.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for your leadership and your continued support of Universal Services and our cybersecurity initiatives. Your commitment empowers us to protect Harris County data and technology infrastructure and serve our community with resilience. This year, our team has worked diligently to engage all county departments and employees in educating as well as empowering them to manage the cybersecurity state for the county in a more robust manner. Our goal is to safeguard our systems and data, as I had referenced earlier. Throughout this month, we have a campaign going. Our campaign will address the following: generative AI awareness, which includes educating our staff on opportunities and risks associated with generative AI, creating strong password and turning on the MFA, reinforcing the importance of robust passwords and multi-factor authentication of all accounts, updating our technology. And you have seen an email go out saying that we have done one of the large upgrades today. Safe connections using VPN for sensitive data, and recognizing and reporting phishing. In addition to our online and print campaign, we have held our first annual Cyber Day. This was the very first effort for us to bring all the county employees and the departments together. The event was successful. We also had guest speakers from Homeland Security Investigations who offered insights on current cyber threats as well as the best practices. I would like to thank all your officers for the participation we had from your teams. Thank you for that. And a few more items that I would like to highlight that I would like to present. Over the past year, we have streamlined our incident response, working closely with OEM and other court offices. We have updated our continuity of operational plans across the various departments, strengthened our endpoint security through the upgrades that were performed, and integrated security reviews into our procurement as well as the operations. We have also achieved 99.7% of county-wide cybersecurity training, reviewing more than 100 systems of our enterprise. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity as well as the resolution.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work and that of your staff for keeping us safe.
Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And colleagues, I don't know if you guys went over item 546 already. That's the flood control district. I think Commissioner Ramsey had flagged that one.
No, we're going to move it to next time.
Okay, so I did want to mention something on that item. We can do it after pictures or right now. My note was simply that they have flood control district. Of course, we discovered last year that many contracts were not going through a procurement process. So we passed unanimously the idea that, well, they should go through procurement. And so then the auditor found that a year later, they still weren't going through the process. So flood control, to their credit, they produced a May version of the procurement, a May version of procurement guidance and an updated October version. That's a lot better. And so I just wanted to ask for Flood Control District to bring these two documents to the court for the court's review as a transmittal at the next court. And then if we pass your proposal of quarterly bid projections alongside quarterly bid projections, and I'm not picking on flood control. If it turns out engineering has not been implementing these, we'll do the same thing. Of course, one of the questions I have is who's ultimately responsible for purchasing? Is it the office? Is it engineering and flood control? But anyway, I'd like to motion or request that the Flood Control District submit its latest procurement policy and related administrative procurement procedures as a transmittal for the court's review and record for the November 13th, 2025 Commissioners Court, with any subsequent procurement policy changes to be submitted with Flood Control District's quarterly bid projection report immediately following the change of the policy. So that's my motion to make these public.
Judge, that doesn't actually require a motion. You can just request
Really?
it. Yeah,
Okay,
just
okay,
on
so
your-
I request for Tina to do that.
That's
Yes.
completely separate from what I was talking
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
and the policy's on their website, so Dr. Peterson,
Yeah.
if you want to.
Well, it's all right, but okay.
Okay, well, we should never be defensive about a policy to increase ethics and transparency. And with that, just again, I'm a realist, and we can celebrate and we can cry and we can say this and that. The fact of the matter is, 6 associate judges against the pleas of the district court felony judges were eliminated along with their clerks. They were the ones that were speeding up processing of criminal cases in the justice system. So another attack on our domestic violence work. And then cybersecurity, which our criminal justice system runs on, we have fired 10 employees. Positions are frozen, so if they leave for lack of childcare, they get a better job. Then we cannot fill their positions. They also faced a lot of cuts. So just as, I'm happy to have uncomfortable conversations about proper procurement practices, I am not going to be quiet as we celebrate certain popular causes at the same time as we turn around and cut the systems that support them. So anyway, I'll do that. We'll now take pictures. Back to positive. Thank you guys so much. Mine. Okay. Whew. All right. So you, colleagues, we just need to vote on some other resolutions that were not in consent, right? Okay. So we need to just vote yes or no. But
Full motion, second vote.
yes, I'm looking at it. All right. So one is 550. 550 being 48 for now. October 2025, Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So is there a motion and a second?
moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. 551, Cybersecurity Awareness.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. 554 is a joint resolution recognizing Dr. Ruth Lepis Turley.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Briones,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. 555, approval of a resolution honoring the first responders that assisted Harris County employee Mike Manningly on July 17th, 2025.
Make a motion.
A motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. 556, honoring DJ Daniel.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. Okay, we have three more. 560. This is motion recognizing October 8th, 2025 as Latina Equal Pay Day.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Briones. Do we have a second for this one?
You can second it.
I can second. Can it still pass? 2-1.
Yes, it can.
Oh, okay, great. I second it. All right. So motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Judge me. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries 2-1. 561 is resolution recognizing October 2025 as National Work and Family Month.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. And the last one is recognizing October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0. Anything else? Okay, you were right. All right, thank you all so much. 5:36. Commissioners' Court is now adjourned.